Attendees are in listen-only mode.
Okay. Calling to order Historic Landmarks Commission, June 10th, 2020. So we'll start with a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I will take the roll call now. Chair Grumbine.
Present.
Vice Chair House.
I'm here.
Commissioner Drury.
Commissioner Drury, I think
Drury,
you're
are you
muted.
there?
sorry, Mr. Drury, that was my fault. I muted you. But if you could unmute yourself, Mr. Drury. There you go.
Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Edmonds, absent. Commissioner Lundvik.
Here.
Commissioner Mahan.
Here.
Commissioner Uli.
Here.
Commissioner Vena.
And Commissioner Vena, there you go. Your audio is on now.
Thank you so much.
Okay, does that complete our roll call? I'm assuming it does. All right.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Yes, that concludes our roll call.
Okay, great. Okay, so now let's go to, let's see, sorry. Hold on, sorry, I'm pulling up screens here that are, got too many screens going. There we go. Okay. All right. So, so typically we would have public comment as item A, but in this today we're going to do a little a bit of a one item switch here. We're going to go to item D, announcements first. And part of the purpose for this is we need to have we think that this will help to inform those members of the public that are waiting to comment, and as well address some of the public comment that we have received already. And so we're going to switch and go to announcements first, and then we'll follow with public comment. So, and Ms. Hernandez, did you want to?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. And in response to the public comment from the Black Lives Matters organization, I did want to give a status on some of the proposed landmarks and where they stand today. And I think Commissioner Uli might have a follow-up. The St. Paul's AME Church is at 502 Olive Street. The designation subcommittee did direct me about a year ago to send them a letter letting them know of their status as a landmark. And I talked to them at that time, and they were working with their chapter to receive, permission to move forward with the designation and all the implications. Since yesterday, we actually met with the pastor of the church, and they did receive confirmation that they can move forward and want to move forward with full landmark status at this time. The building for the Friendship Baptist Church is at 912 East Coda. That was built in 1945, and I do have the original drawings for that. It still retains high integrity. And then we have the Franklin Center, which was, I think, built in 1974. So we have, it's a public works or Parks and Recreation building, and they are more than happy to work with proper recognition for that building. It's a little young to meet the 50-year threshold, but other buildings have become landmarks based on historic significance that don't meet that threshold. So we can look deeper into that. And, I wanted to just say over the past few years in the history of the city, we have designated, and this commission has made it a priority to designate buildings that represent all cultural aspects and cultural people of Santa Barbara. We did designate the Ignacio House to represent the Chumash culture, as well as we designated Jimmy's to recognize the Japanese culture that lived in that neighborhood, as well as the Mexican and Italian heritage with Arnaldi's and the little house next to the Presidio. So we are fully supportive of moving forward at the direction of the Commission and Council. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hernandez. Okay, so just to sort of touch on that, so for the members of the public, we did receive quite a number of public comments. I think I want to say like 400 or 500, and I did read them all. So it was a long week. But I do want to summarize the main gist, because it was part of larger lists, and ours was one of them. The HLCs was one of them, and this was oftentimes just copied and pasted into the letters to tell us what people were wanting or commenting on. And so I wanted to read one of the typical ones, so that we can kind of have that as our reference. So it says, I joined Black Lives Matters Santa Barbara in demanding protection and preservation of Black landmarks rather than monuments to white supremacy. St. Paul AME, Friendship Baptist Church, and Franklin Neighborhood Center, all of which you just heard from Nicole about, have been symbols for Black unity and peace. And please prioritize the restoration of these spaces and name their Black creators. So those were a lot of the emails or letters that we received that were saying that, or saying the same thing. So I wanted to kind of quickly use this opportunity, because I think it's fantastic that we have so many people interested in historic preservation now. And I want to kind of give a quick overview of how the process works, so that you can understand where the next steps would be going. So first is to understand what we have in terms of our historic resources. So the lowest level, if you think of it as 3 levels, there's a potentials list, which they may or may not be historic, but we put them on there because there's a potential for them to be. Those in the potentials list, those structures will get reviewed by Historic Landmarks Commission. If there's ever a project being done, there wants to be a change, or there wants to be an addition, or they want to knock it down, or whatever it is, it's good. If it's on the potentials list, it will come before us. So that's sort of the lowest level. The next level up is the structure of merit. And this can be decided on for a number of different reasons. But once if it's a structure of merit, it also has certain benefits as well, but it has to be kept up to a certain level. And then finally, the sort of our highest level is the city landmark. So this is our highest honor. And the city landmark, the historic structure of merit, HLC does designate, and as well as the potentials list, we do designate those onto either of those lower two. For city landmarks, we will designate it a structure of merit and recommend to city council that they declare it a landmark, and we give the reasons why. So we recommend, but then in the end, it's actually city council that finally votes on whether to make it a landmark. So in terms of the process is very simple. All you have to do, any member of the public has to do, is just write a letter asking for the structure resource to be considered. There's no need for anything else, just a simple letter. You don't have to pay a fee. It's actually quite a simple process. And then Ms. Hernandez, our urban historian, will look into the property and usually prepare a short report that has a couple pages that gives an outline for why the structure might be considered to be a structure of merit, or be on the potentials list, or even a landmark. So that's our typical process. We do it throughout the year, and as people recommend a property, we are happy to look into it and do what we can to see if it meets the thresholds to be put on one of those lists or one of those statuses. And then what happens is it comes before HLC. We have meetings to see the report and to discuss with the public and discuss with the owner and to come to a conclusion about what we think about the structure. Sometimes it takes the full historic structures report by a historian, and these reports are, is a bigger, more work project. And some projects they need them, and some projects they don't. So, or some properties. So that may be a step in that process. And then, but in that process, there are up to 11 ways in which a structure could be deemed a historic resource for one of 11 reasons. It could be one, or it could be all 11. It all depends on the structure. And so, as a typical, one of these is, and these are all listed on our website, the city's website. So one of them is character, interest, or value as a significant part of the heritage of the city, the state, or the nation. Another is its location as a site of a significant historic event. Another is it's identified with a person or persons who significantly contributed to the culture and the development of the city, the nation, the state, or the nation. and it goes on. It could be an specific architect that was famous. It could be, it's a great example of a style. So there's all different reasons why something might be declared a historic resource or put on the potentials list or qualify as a city landmark. And those are all listed. And part of that report is to define why it is so special, what makes it special and why it's so special. And then now that's sort of our process on this end of things, but that's not where it really, the care of historic resources stop. You have to really be in for the long haul, and that brings in restoration and rehabilitation or preservation and just upkeep of the historic resource. So within the city, we have a great, strong historic resource community. A lot of people working very hard to keep our buildings of heritage up and running well. And so some of these groups include the Santa Barbara Conservancy, the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation, Pearl Chase Foundation, Courthouse Legacy Foundation, and many others. So these groups raise money for certain projects, for certain buildings or certain monuments, or for whatever the upkeep of the item of the thing is. And then as well, one of the letters that came in from Dr. Ann Peterson of the Trust, Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation, she recommended another way as well, which is national, looking at national funding and even state funding for things. You have to first have qualified on doing the sort of the basic homework of the qualifying as a historic resource or a landmark, and then these structures can be eligible for all kinds of grants and money that way as well. So it's a long process, and it's a labor of love that most, if not all, in this commission are involved with in various ways throughout the city, and we are happy that that you all are so interested and want to join the big historic party. So and as well as Nicole mentioned, we're very inclusive about all the cultures that have gone into making Santa Barbara the great city that it is. Starting with the Chumash and on through the Spanish period, the Mexican period, the Anglo-American, et cetera, the revival, the 1920s, and so on. So we're and all of these, actually, we've designated within the last year or two, at least as one structure in all those categories. So we're well-versed in all the different ways in which these buildings can be part of a healthy and strong community. So with that, we want to listen to all that you all have to say. We've read your letters and are very interested in ideas for continuing this conversation and helping to build our cultural resources. So I would ask that because this item is not agendized, this is public comment for items that are not on the agenda, I would ask my fellow commissioners, many of which have already been working on things of this manner, to refrain from commenting in particular. We might get a little quick update. I need to see Commissioner Uli on, but refrain from commenting in particular on the intricacies of these cases, because we will be seeing them very, very shortly. But any additional information we can have, and Commissioner, I'll call you as the first one up, but if there is any additional information we can have that will be helpful to the public, this will be good to have from this point, at this point. So Commissioner Uli, would you, I see your.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that was a very good overview and summary of the process. I don't want to talk about any particular thing. I just wanted to acknowledge that I did read every single one of those public comments, and while they generally have the same theme, each person was expressing their opinion. But I did notice, and I think it's worth bearing, that the city and the Historic Landmarks Commission do not restore landmarks or structures of merit or historic sites. That's not a function of government per se. We can certainly advocate the preservation of such and support it as individuals in the community, as we're all members of those various organizations you listed. But I just wanted to make sure that we're setting the right expectation that the city cannot restore something under its banner. And with that, I look forward to seeing the process unfold for a lot of these most worthy locations.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Lee. And yes, that's a very good point, very important point, because that was one of the things being asked was that we restore these monuments, these resources. And yes, we have no budget. It would be nice if we did, but we don't have a budget, and we don't restore things. But that's part of what all of the after hours work is for. So, all right. So with that, and as well, we have a very full agenda today. So we're going to have public comment for 30 minutes to respect those that are on as their time slot has been set within the agenda. And then if there are more public comments, then we will reopen after we have gone through all of our items. We will reopen for public comment after that. And hopefully, and I would also ask on the public comment side of things, actually, why don't I open public comment first, and then I'll make notes on that.
Thank you, Mr.
Ellen?
Chair. This is Ellen Kokinda, planning analyst. I just want to let you know that we currently have, well, just to let the public know, if you wish to speak on a general item that's not agendized for this meeting today, you can click the hand icon on your GoToWebinar control panel, and I will call on you. And it looks like just roughly right now, I have 3 people who wish to speak, and that might be more. There might be a couple that are added. So just to keep moving through the process, I'm going to call, unless you wanted to add anything, Mr. Chair.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'll add one little thing, and just in case there's a lot more that come on public comment or at the end as well, is just that especially if there's new information that we need to know, that would be very helpful to bring up. And if you agree with someone previously then that would be good for moving things through as well. There might be other items as well today that have similarly large groups of public comment, and we'll do the same kind of workings for that as well, so that we can keep everything moving. And I'll try my best to keep us moving at a good clip, so that everything doesn't go into midnight. So.
Okay, thank you. So we have about 17 members of the public attending, and I see 3 that have raised their hands. I'm going to first call on Mr. Richard Clausen. I am unmuting you, and whenever you're ready, you have your time to speak, please.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine, for the system summary that you gave. It's not unfamiliar to me. It's a long time viewer of HLC, but I do appreciate it and its place in the public discourse. You're still going to get my prepared remarks anyway. I've heard that the Commission received a record number of communications since the last meeting, perhaps related to a particular historic structure on the city's east side, and also generally to the preservation of buildings that illustrate the early and continuing cultural diversity of Santa Barbara. I haven't seen any of those communications, and I don't think I know any of the authors, but I wouldn't be surprised if they echoed some of the forcefulness seen in recent public rallies and protests. Yesterday, I spoke to the City Council at their budget review meeting and asked them to view comments to design review boards, particularly the HLC, in a constructive and supportive context. Here's why. The overwhelming input funneled through the official channel to the Commission is evidence of the reliance and the high expectations Santa Barbans have for the HLC and its function. A lot is expected from the Commission to preserve our historic built environment, which is so appealing to tourists and comfortable for residents. The record-setting outpouring of submitted comments, and perhaps even those spoken today, only shows that citizens view the Commission as their official advocate for history in Santa Barbara. If the communications contain any harsh sentiments, I believe they really express a disappointment that the Commission has not been the full and investigative protector they hoped for. The Commission does good work to the extent Santa Barbara maintains its reputation for historic preservation and authenticity. It is largely due to the Commission's efforts. I urge you to keep up the good work, but also push to recognize different structures and features that embody the historical diversity of our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next I have Craig Minus. Craig, I'm not sure if you wanted to speak on this item or if you were just trying to log in. Could you confirm your audio is live?
My audio is live and I don't need to speak on general comment.
All right, I will be promoting you to a panelist momentarily when your item is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chair, I next have Anna Marie Gott. I am unmuting you, Ms. Scott. You have the 2 minutes when you are ready. Please go for it.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm calling today because I really want to discuss and bring up, to your attention again, the fact that the city does not have a mural program that is valid, something that was actually codified by our city council. And Commissioner House would be well aware of this. Even the Funk Zone mural program was not codified by our city council. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because we have seen a number of murals that have spontaneously appeared on some buildings, and you have the opportunity really to make sure that the city is going to do its job and only permit murals after we have a legitimate mural program in place. So I would really urge you to go ahead and start the process with the ABR and with the discussion at City Council on, do we want a mural program? What would that consist of? And would it be able to have words or other things that would attract people to it in unsafe environments? We do have a number of murals that are on the sides of buildings in the Funk Zone in which tourists stand in the middle of the street just to take a photo with the mural in the background. And it creates an unsafe environment for the pedestrians who are standing in the middle of the street taking the photos, as well as people driving in the street. So again, I would just recommend that you do this. It's something that you should do before you begin looking at any other murals. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask Timmy, would you please mind putting the public speaking slide up? I currently don't have anyone else who's raised their hands for general public comment. I just would like to ask maybe one more time, if you do wish to speak on an item that has not been agendized for today, could you please raise your hand using the hand icon and I will call on you to speak. You want to give it just, I still don't see anyone who wishes to speak. So Mr. Chair, it's up to you. I think we can move on.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. All right. So we are on to, so I'll close public comments. We'll have one last opportunity because I did mention at the beginning that of opening public comment at the very end. I'll do that just because that was, but with that, I did say that. So we'll open it at the very end of the whole meeting to see if there's any last public comment. So with that, we'll move on to approval of the minutes of the Historic Landmarks Commission meeting, May 27th, 2020.
I move to approve.
Who was that? I think it was
It was a
was that
tie.
Uli?
Robert. Robert made the motion, and my
Okay.
fellow
Commissioner Drury?
Then I'll just second it.
Okay.
And part of my interruption, Mr. Chair, if I could just ask, it always is confusing for this part because I know it's easy to go fast, but if you turn on your webcam, and I know Mr. Drury doesn't have that capability, it'll be easier to identify who's speaking. Thank you.
Okay. So just for clarity, who was it that made the motion?
me.
All right. And the second was by Commissioner Drury, and he can't
That's
turn his
correct.
webcam on. Okay. All right.
You know what-
So oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So All right, so we have a second. So under discussion, what do we have any edits? Not seeing anyone. Oh, there, Commissioner Lenvick.
Mr. Chair, I have a comment or question. I'm on page 5 of 6.
Okay.
I'm looking at the motion at the top of the page. I'm looking at item 6. It reads, the River of Life motif should be used on either the arches or the main door. I thought we said that the River of Life motif was not appropriate for the large garage doors, but would be appropriate for a man door. Is that not what we said?
I don't remember that. I don't remember, but I don't know if anyone else remembers that way. And I think that was one of my comments, and I think it was that it was basically just don't use it on both. Was yeah. Whether or not I think it's probably, I think your comment's probably right that it makes more sense in the man door, but I think it was more of a just not using it on both. If I remember correctly.
You're saying that what is written there is clear enough.
Yeah, I think that was that was the gist. Is that Commissioner Uli? Do you have to add to that?
Yeah, my clarification would be that the River of Life was on the garage door, not the arch.
The man door, right? The smaller door.
Yeah, this says River of Life motif should be used on either the arches or the man door. It's not the arches, it's the garage door.
Yeah, sorry, the garage door. Yeah, the arched garage doors. Or garage doors.
Mr. Chair, we could edit it to say the arched garage doors.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
On that, my recollection is that it was really recommended that it was as sort of an overkill to put that motif on all 3 of those garage doors, and it was the maker of the motion, I'm quite sure, said that he recommended it to be just on the personal entrance door, not on the garage doors. He thought that was overkill. And the other thing is on item 2 of that same comment sheet, the windows on the garage seem proportionally too large. I think we should probably include the elevation. I think is it the north elevation facing downhill where the windows are? Yes.
I don't remember
the north elevation. I think that just should be included. The windows on the north elevation of the garage seem proportionally too large.
North and east.
Well, north, yeah. Right, north and east, but I think that there is a comment about that one further down is about an asymmetrical window composition.
Correct.
A suggestion.
So let me clarify here. Were there any windows that weren't too large, that were smaller and were because
my recollection is no, that they were all too big.
Okay. So I think we can leave it as the windows in the garage seem proportionally too large because that's all
right.
The wind is. All right, Commissioner House.
I have nothing more to add. I agree with your recollection about the River of Life, that it was left as more of an either or, but I would agree. I think the comment was made, it was kind of overkill to do all 3 garage doors, but I think it was left as an either or proposition.
All right, Ms. Ostringer.
As Chair Grumbine and Commissioners, I think this is just a good example of making sure we're really clear when we make the motion. I know you all get really tired. I really respect the amount of time you spend in these. It really is not something we should be changing later on, as applicants do generally rely on what they're hearing. However, I do understand that you need to make some clarifying things, but it does cause some confusion with people's recollections. And I do, Ms. Rydell could correct me, but I believe she goes back and listens to the meetings again as she is drafting these motions.
Yes, this is Heidi Rydell, and I do go back and view the recordings and listen to the motions to try to capture as close to word for word as I can. So yeah, I guess do with that what
All
you
right,
will.
so next time we'll just say things like it needs more poetry, and then we won't have to get specific about anything.
Shame on you.
Okay, so I think with this we can leave the window one. The River of Life one, I think, although it was, I think Miss Rydell, if you can double or triple check this, but I think with the motion it was left open as an either or just that using it on all of them was. Using the River of Life motif on all the doors was not a good solution, needed to be changed in some way. And I wouldn't want to be overly specific about it when I don't think the motion actually made it that specific. But I would ask Ms. Rydell to do a last triple check on it. And can we still, if there's, there might be more edits, but we'll come back to that. But if there weren't any more edits, could we still approve this with that comment to have Ms. Rydell confirm that that was?
Mr. Chair, Ms. Rydell watches the tape, and I also watched the tape to confirm the minutes
Okay.
as well, and that was pretty much word for word what was in the motion.
Okay, that's what I remember too, and I think we might have discussed it slightly differently before, and then in the motion it got made as leaving it a little bit more open.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
so
this is
yeah.
Heidi Rydell, if I could interject for
Yeah.
just one moment. So are we all right with the comment to be changed to arched garage doors or the man door? Is that
Yes.
appropriate?
Yeah, that's just an additional clarification of which doors we're talking about.
Perfect.
And
thank
the
you.
window one, I don't think it's necessary because it's all the windows. So
Okay.
it's okay. Any other edits? All right. In that case, we've got a motion and a second. And so with those edits, can we do, Ms. Ostringer?
Yes, Chair Grumbine, I just wanted to confirm with the maker of the motion and the seconder that they were okay with those.
Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah.
The maker of the motion is comfortable with it?
Seconder is as well.
All right. All right, in that case, can we have a roll call? And
Yes, this is Heidi Rydell. I will be taking the roll call vote, and just to clarify, we will be imitating how City Council takes roll call votes. So it won't go in the order of our roll call at the beginning of the meeting. It's going to go in the order that you were seated before we moved to remote meetings, and then it will be a rotating order. The chair will always vote last, but it will be a rotating order of who votes first. So the same person isn't voting first every single time, and the chair will always go last, if that makes sense.
just just to add a little more complexity and confusion.
I'm trying. All right,
Perfect. All right.
I will take the roll
Let's
call
do
vote
it.
now. Commissioner Uli,
Yes.
Commissioner Drury,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundvik,
Yes.
Commissioner Vena,
Yes.
Commissioner House, or Vice Chair House,
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan,
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye, just to keep it old school.
All right, that is unanimous. Thank you.
All right. Okay, so on to, where are we? Approval of the consent calendar, item C, June 10th, 2020.
I move
Thank you,
approval of the
Mr. Chair.
Oh yeah, if we can have a summary, Ms. Malone?
Item A, 1220 Delavina Street was continued indefinitely to the staff hearing officer. And item B, 1307 Panchita Place was continued indefinitely to the staff hearing officer.
Okay, thank you. All right. So I guess we don't need approval of the consent calendar then?
Mr. Chair, you need to accept the consent calendar, yes.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought he was jumping to the screen. I thought he was saying we're all good. Okay, So Commissioner Uli, did you want to make the motion?
I approve. I move to
Okay,
approve the
do I have a second?
Yes, I'll second.
Commissioner Drury, second. All right, under discussion, any discussion? All right, so roll call and vote.
This is Heidi Rydell. I will be taking the roll call vote. Commissioner Drury,
Aye.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Aye.
Commissioner Vena,
Yes.
Vice Chair House,
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan,
Aye.
Commissioner Uli. Sorry, I'm hearing a bit of a echo. I'm not sure if I heard
That
Commissioner
was an
Uli.
aye. That was an
Thank
aye
you.
from Uli. Thank you.
And Chair Grumbine.
And
Thank
aye
you so
for
much.
aye.
And I.
You guys are being real silly
all right.
today.
It's all that extra coffee. All right, so we're on to item D, announcements. Oh, we already did item D. We did announcements, but why don't we do this again in case there's additional announcements, continuances, and withdrawals, future agenda items, and appeals.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner House.
I just wanted to add for clarification, I think you all received an email clarifying the issue of story polls. And that came about because at the last meeting regarding 410 Gutierrez Street, Commissioner Lenvik and I both suggested that we might be open to an alternate to story polls. But I subsequently wondered when are story polls required, and is that appropriate to suggest we might accept something else? So it looks like it is a requirement. We would have to make findings for why story polls wouldn't be necessary, which we can take up at a later time. I did ask staff to consider putting on the agenda a discussion of story polls so we have a clearer picture of that. So I just wanted to explain that.
Thank you. All right. Any other announcements, continuances, and withdrawals, future agenda items, or appeals? All right, on to item E, subcommittee reports. Do we have any subcommittee reports? All right, hearing none. Looks like we are done with general business and on to item 1. And thank you. Okay, so we're on to item 1, 800 Santa Barbara Street. This is for review after final. This is the proposal. Actually, yeah, this is the AUD proposal. We can just scroll down because I think it's the key part is yeah, there we go. Review after final is requested to remove a non-historic flagpole. Project was last reviewed on consent and continued to the full commission on May 27th, 2020. All right, welcome. So, yeah, Ms. Plummer.
Mr. Chair, before we go into the applicant presentation, I just wanted to do some brief staff comments. This project was reviewed on the consent calendar 2 weeks ago and was referred to the full commission. And they'll go into this in their applicant presentation, but the commission should have already received a letter from Ms. Cole discussing the flagpole, and then as well as a letter regarding the structural ability of that flagpole and the reasons for their removal. So with that, I will turn it over to the applicant. I would also ask that the motion from the last consent review was just to continue it to the full commission. But if Mr. Mahan wants to add anything, that would also be appropriate.
Great, thank you. Yes,
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner
if I
Mahan,
could,
or
sorry. I just wanted to let both you and the applicants know that we have Heidi Jones on the phone. And then we also have Steve Amerikaner. If I see that he's on the attendee list. If you need to call on him to answer questions, I have the ability to unmute him. So I just wanted to let the applicant team know that. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Good afternoon, Heidi Jones here. Hello.
Hello, Heidi.
Hi.
And actually, just before you jump in there, I wanted to ask Commissioner Mahan if he can give us any more additional info as well.
And Mr. Mahan, you're muted. I'm sorry, if you could just click on your microphone icon. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We understand that the existing flagpole is structurally unsound, but there were two of us. Commissioner House was there with me, and we both felt that since the flagpole was part of the approved design, and that was approved by the entire commission, we didn't feel that it was appropriate for us to take it away from the project. We felt that the flagpole is an element. It is important to the Santa Barbara Street elevation, and we didn't see any reason for why a new flagpole couldn't be substituted for the existing flagpole, which is structurally unsound. And so that's the only thing we thought for the full commission, since it was originally approved by the full commission.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner House.
Yeah, I would just like to clarify a little bit. My feeling was that I didn't see the need to replace a damaged flagpole with a brand new one. But I agreed with Commissioner Mahan that it made sense that since it was something that was approved by the full board, it made sense for the full board to have the opportunity to weigh in on it. So I just want to clarify that I was not taking a position that it should stay.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, Ms. Ostringer.
Yes, Chair Grumbine, thank you, commissioners. I just wanted to point out that flags are an expression of speech and can be protected under the First Amendment. So we can't require that a flag be flown or a certain type of flag be flown. So I just wanted to make that clear to the commissioners.
Okay, thank you. All right. All right, so with that, we have Ms. Jones on the line. And
yes,
yes, hi.
Hi.
And
we
if
also
you
have our project historian, Alex Cole, who can speak to this a little bit further in a moment. I just wanted to reiterate, as outlined in our application materials, the existing pole to be relocated. As noted, the findings is structurally unsound. The pole itself was never determined to be a historic feature, contributing feature per Ms. Cole's original HSSR report prepared for the project. Ms. Cole can speak to this, but it was her opinion that a new flagpole necessarily wouldn't have any value or from a visual or historic standpoint. So the request before you is to not relocate the pole and not install a flagpole necessarily. So with that, I'll let Ms. Cole speak to her findings.
Right.
Thank you, Heidi. Welcome, Chair Grumbine, members of the Landmarks Commission who are just black screens right now, but that's all right. I'm here to explain why we don't want to put a non-historic flagpole on the site at 800 Santa Barbara Street. I prepared an original report on this in 2006, which is when a project first came forward, and as part of my HSSR, I determined that the building on the site was not significant, but that in terms of landscape elements, that sandstone retaining wall was definitely structure of merit worthy and needed to be saved as part of the project. I did not consider that the flagpole arose to that historic level. to be a potential structure of merit that required being saved. And so, and then when this project came forward again in 2017, on August 9th of that date, the HLC gave the current project approval. And they had a number of comments that they wanted to be put in. And comment 16 was to keep they called it, the commission wished for the historic flagpole to remain. Now, historic, as they used this, was meaning it was really important to the community. It was associated with the neighborhood house and put in 1927 when that was put in, as well as the sandstone retaining wall. But it was not part of the conditions of approval. It was a comment. And so therefore, when the owner decided that he indeed, that would be a comment, if the HLC wanted that, then he would be willing to relocate it, although it was not, as I say, a condition of approval of the project. And so it was the flagpole was put in storage. And now that they're going full bore on building the project, they pulled the flagpole out, and a structural engineer looked at it and said, because of termite damage, because of cracks in the circumference and longitudinally, it would be dangerous to put this flagpole back up. And we're saying you just simply can't do that. And so my point here is that rather than put a new flagpole in on site, we couldn't put the flagpole back anyway where it was, because that's where the underground parking was. And so it was agreed, well, let's move it around to the front of the project and place it there. And that's on the sheets, sheets A1.1. And my point to you is that since we cannot use that because of the danger, that it doesn't make any sense historically to put a new flagpole, because it is, do you see it right there? Do you see it right there? That's where they were moving it to. It doesn't make any sense to put a new flagpole that has no historical relationship to the site or to the neighborhood. And from my point of view, would do a real disservice to the kind of historic preservation guidelines that the HLC is always quite rightly promoting. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. So does that complete
unless you have
presentation?
questions? Yes.
Okay. Great. All right. Well, let's open it up for public comment first. So any member of the public wishing to comment can do so following these instructions.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have Steve Americaner. I'm going to unmute you. Your microphone is live, so whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Chair Grumbine, this is Steve Americaner, members of the Historic Landmarks Commission. I'm representing the applicant here today, and I actually don't have any prepared comments, believe it or not. I'm here to answer questions that may come up and to observe the proceedings. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And then, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to read public comment that was submitted for the prior consent meeting on this project, since the full commission wouldn't have had the benefit of that. It's from Paulina Kahn, and it says, Dear Historic Landmarks Commission, when this project was going through the review process, I wrote and stated that the tall flagpole on the east side should not be removed. She believes it's a historic pole and historic location. And yeah, that is the content of the written correspondence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I don't see any hands raised for this particular item. But I will go ahead and promote Mr. Americano to a panelist if he, so he can answer questions easier.
Great, thank you. All right, Commissioner House.
Mr. Chair, in the interest of moving the meeting along and staying on schedule, I would be pleased to make a motion to grant the request to remove the flagpole from the project.
All right,
I second that.
appreciate the.
I second
Okay.
that.
All right, under discussion. So,
Mr. Chair,
yes, Commissioner Drury.
this is Commissioner Drury. It was part of the approval though, however, was it not? Salvage and store and replace. It was part of the original approval of the project as a whole.
That's my
The approval of
understanding.
the project was to relocate the pole.
I'm sorry?
The requirement was to relocate.
To that new location.
They wished that it would be put there, but it was not a condition of approval. You just, you approved the project and then said, these are the 16 or so comments that we would like to make on the project. And it was because the owner said, well, that's fine. I'd be happy, although it's not mandatory, that I put this, relocate the flag because you would like it. I will do that. And so, but it was not a requirement such as when I said you must retain the concrete retaining wall on the outside. That was a given that you had to because it reached the level of structure of merit. This was just a comment that you made when you accepted the report on August 9th, 2017.
Okay, Ms. Plummer, if you could weigh in on this.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to comment that I'm not sure if we're in comments or if we're accepting questions, but if we are in the comment phase, then it's not really appropriate to have an interaction with the applicant team. If you're asking questions of the applicant, then that's appropriate. I just want to clarify which.
Okay, and Commissioner House, although I appreciate the trying to move forward, I think this is part of the issue with not having a question and comment phase is that you might jump the gun and then end up back at people wanting to ask questions before they're willing to vote for something or against it. I would like to actually go back to question and comment so that we can get the commissioners at least a quick feel and comments on it. So if you can keep your questions, let's start with questions, because I think that's appropriate. We'll keep them very fast. If you have any questions, please do so, and then we'll be able to get to the motion.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Once again, I asked the question. Looking on the plans, it's very clearly stated on the plans that we approved, the flagpole shall be salvaged and stored. And I really am ambivalent in terms of whether the flagpole should be there or not, but it's in black and white. So can we just sort of, it's part of the process, it's part of the inventory, let's say. So I would hope, the question, I guess, is it appropriate to just discard this pole because has termite damage and can't be replaced? It just seems to me to be kind of a thin excuse not to put the pole back up. But that's, I guess,
Commissioner Mahan. Yeah, Commissioner Mahan.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. No.
Yeah. Okay. I think the way I feel about it is whether the flagpole was an existing flagpole or whether it's a new flagpole really isn't an issue. That's not an issue to me. The whole building, the whole project is a new project. And I don't see what the flagpole, in my estimation, is a handsome element in front of the new building. And that's why I would like to see a flagpole there. If the old flagpole is not structurally sound, replace it with a new flagpole. If you take the Presidio as an example, that's all new.
And there's a flagpole out in front of that, and that's a new flagpole too. But the flagpole is an aesthetic element. I felt that the elevation, the Santa Barbara Street elevation, was enhanced by the flagpole. It's a termination into the sky, so to speak, and that's why I wanted to bring it to the full board. But if the motion is to remove the flagpole, I will not be able to support that motion. Thank you.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Does anyone wonder why the business community is upset with design review? When we're sitting here arguing over a flagpole that is determined to be structurally unsound to be put back?
All right, so let's be quick about this and we can get through it. So, Commissioner Uli.
I did read the historic structures report and the addendum and did take note that there was no discussion at all about the flagpole, whether it had any historic value or not. And so the question I have for Ms. Cole is, why was there no discussion in your report about the information related to that flagpole, or how you determined that it wasn't of historic value? That's the first point I think I'd like to get clear.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Uli. I was looking at the whole landscape scheme with the axial path and the stairs and the flagpole and the sandstone retaining wall. And from my point of view, the sandstone retaining wall was the dominant element that bespoke the era of 1927 and what was being required of builders when they built the neighborhood house. And so that was more my focus there, what was definitely unusual about any of the landscape plan and the various elements that were on it.
Okay, thank you. All right, and Commissioner Uli.
Thank you. Then I'll follow up with an additional question for Ms. Cole. If we conclude that the pole has no historic value, then what would be your opinion about the placement of a pole of like size and shape, since it doesn't really have any historic context to the site any longer? What's your opinion about having a pole at all?
My thought on that is that the whole reason we were going to relocate the flagpole is because it was a comment that was made by your commission at that August 9th, 2017 meeting. And that, all right, it was fine we couldn't keep it in the original location, so why not put it out front where people could still see it? And so that made good sense. All right, although we're not required to do that, it's a great kind of give and take here of HLC and the project and the owner that seemed to make good sense. And by the same token, because we can't use that historic flagpole anymore, I am against putting a new flagpole there, even though it would look nice, because it doesn't have a bearing on when your Landmarks Commission was referring to the flagpole as historic, they were meaning it had interest to the community, and a new flagpole simply would not.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions, Commissioner House?
Are we in questions or comments?
I want to at least get through the questions.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Unless there's no other questions, I think we should go into comments. Commissioner House?
Well, I would just
we can make a brief comment.
Yes, I'd like the opportunity to address Mr. Drury's comments, not to be flippant, but the HLC giveth and the HLC can taketh away. So just because we approve something doesn't mean we are bound to that forever and ever. We can just as easily consider a request to change the plans that we approved. And this is just a request to reconsider that requirement for a flagpole because the conditions have changed. So it's nothing sacrosanct about it being on the plans.
All right, Commissioner
Not to be flippant.
Commissioner Early?
That's what I said.
If we're in comments, I've got one.
Yep, fire.
So, you know, I've had some extensive experience with flagpoles on historic buildings. And it's important to keep their context, both in scale, shape, material, detailing, etc. The one at the courthouse went under some work, and the ones at the Vets building also had to be repaired after a huge windstorm. And there's always pressure to, you know, replace them with aluminum or fiberglass or something that's cheap and fast. But it doesn't keep the historic context. Since this flagpole doesn't have any historic context, I'm comfortable not forcing the project to replace it with a pole of like size, shape, and material. But I agree with Commissioner Mahan. They certainly are romantic regardless of what they're flying. And you know, to the degree that the project can keep a flagpole would be really cool, but I'm certainly not going to force them to keep the existing pole in play.
Oh, Commissioner Early, I think you froze up on my screen. Okay. Commissioner Drury, comment?
My comment is that I am of the same opinion as Commissioner Mahan, and I would like to see. I'm not going to. It won't hold up the project, but I would very much like to see a flagpole in place, a new proper flagpole in place of the old broken one. That's my comment.
All right. Commissioner, other commissioner comments? I would say on my part, I see the design aesthetic reason that Commissioner Mahan was saying about the verticality of it and what it does to elevation. I think that is good, and I think it was in the sense that anything that was on the plans and approved as it was designed, that was part of the plan, so that was part of the approval, which is why they're here asking for us to change something that they had designed in that way, and I had pulled it over to that point. I agree that it doesn't have the same character, not being the historic flagpole. I would wonder if there was another option where they could put either like a plaque of a photograph of it, or in some way demarcate it in some other way that would not necessarily be another flagpole. It wouldn't give the aesthetic feel, so that wouldn't have satisfied that portion. But at least it would have some memory of what that flag was and what that axis was before. And so I don't know. That's where I'm falling. But I think that we should get a motion and a vote and see if we can get this item moved along to some semblance of a project.
Mr. Chair, this is Heidi Rydell. We do have a motion on the floor that was put forward by Vice Chair House and seconded by Commissioner Lundvik for approval of review after final is submitted. If we want to take a vote on that.
Okay, yeah, we need to go back. Yes, we need to go back.
I call for the question.
Well, we need to have any other. We need to give that opportunity for that to have any other comments by any of the commissioners.
Mr. Chair, Robert's Rules of Order say if you call for a question, you've got to honor that. And the attorney's there to tell you that, I'm sure. I call for the question.
Actually, so can we have that? Ms. Ostringer?
Yes, Chair Grumbine, Commissioners, there is a motion on the floor. There's been a call to question, so you can also do a someone else could make a substitute motion, but there is a motion on the floor.
So that motion we can cut off any discussion of that motion before. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so let's do a vote.
This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the roll call vote now. Commissioner Lenvik?
Aye.
Commissioner Vena?
Aye.
Vice Chair House?
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan?
No.
Commissioner Uli?
Aye.
Commissioner Drury?
No.
Chair Grumbine?
No. That's 4-3. Is that correct?
Yes, the motion passes.
All
with
right, the motion,
4 yeses and 3
motion
noes.
passes. Okay. And all right, so do we need to have comment on why the vote was no, or can we move?
Yes, Mr. Chair, if you just want to make a quick line about why their votes were no.
Commissioner,
Thank you.
Commissioner Mahan?
Chair, I think my comments, prior comments, I explained why I would support, why I would not support the motion.
Okay. And Commissioner, was it Drury?
It was Drury, yes. Still is. I think that the fact that it's in the plans that would be a really good decorative element on that corner. I think it should go in, and I vote no.
Okay. And I echo the decorative element, but I also say that it was a historic of historic interest, and there should have been some other way in which that was commemorated. All right. So with that,
Chair Grumbine.
Ms. Ostringer.
If you don't mind, I'd like to, I misspoke, and it takes a 2/3 vote to call the question. So, but the motion was made, so we can move forward.
Okay. All right, we'll know for next time. Okay. All right, we are on to the next item. Item 2, 1220 to 1222 State Street and 20 East Victoria Street. This is for review after final approval. So the project consists of a merger of 9 lots totaling 0.74 acres and a subsequent re-subdivision to create 7 lots. Proposed lot sizes range from 596 square feet to 13,000 square feet. The project includes exterior improvements such as lighting, paving, and walls to create Granada Plaza, an enhanced Paseo connection between State and Granada Garage. City lot parking. Defined bus truck parking for the Granada Theater, a new shared trash enclosure, and new private garages for 546 and 653 net square feet. The Paseo to State Street is proposed to be dedicated to the city. A tentative subdivision map was approved by Planning Commission, allowing for the division of 9 parcels into 7 lots. And this is for review after final as requested for the art mural wall. Project was last reviewed and granted final approval on January 8th, 2020. All right, Ms.
Mr. Chair, I am just promoting several of the applicants. So I have a Karen Rager. I have 2 Karen Ragers listed. And one of the applicants, Craig Minus, it does not show that he is online currently. So I don't know if he was having issues, but I see a Karen Rager. Can you test your audio, please? Karen, can you test your audio?
Sure. Yeah, that's wrong.
Karen, can you, I think you're live, but can you just please, there you go.
Hi, this is actually Tracy and Shayak. We're the 2 artists that are working on the mural aspect of the project.
Okay, you can change your name by clicking on your name and hitting edit. And I have 2 Karen Ragers listed. That means that somebody shared their unique link. So I don't know who else is on the line. And as I mentioned, Craig Minus was on the call, but it looks like he got booted offline for some reason. So that is, I think you should go ahead if you're ready for your presentation.
Right.
Okay, hi.
All right, Miss. Sorry, just before you introduce yourselves, Ms. Plummer, was there anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to remind the commission because this project, the larger project, came before the HLC for final approval back in January, so fairly recently. And those plans did include the concept, and I believe the applicant referenced at the time that they were going to do a future art wall. They just hadn't vetted the design quite yet. So that is what is before you today, that art wall. And I just wanted to remind the commission that regarding murals, they are protected in the sense of content. So comments should be limited to location, size, and those elements rather than content-based. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. Well, welcome. If you would announce yourselves and then go into your presentation.
Thank you so much, Chair Grumbine and members of the Historic Landmark Commission. Shayak and I can speak to you regarding the art mural project, part of the project. Of course, oh, there's Karen. Maybe Karen, you could take the lead on this.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Sorry for that little technical hitch. I have been here the whole time. I am Karen Rager. I'm the Executive Director and President for the Santa Barbara Center for the Performing Arts. We're the nonprofit organization that owns and operates the Granada Theater. And I'm pleased to be back before you today for the review after final approval of the Granada Plaza mural. As you know, our organization took the lead to create a plan to transform the center of the 1200 block from a rather dismal, poorly functioning area into a well-organized plaza. And we have appreciated the Commission's approval of the project, which will provide that safe pedestrian walkways, improved lighting and landscaping. And the project is also going to feature a large-scale mural that celebrates Santa Barbara's outstanding performing arts. The plan for the plaza and the mural is in keeping with the city's goal to create beautiful spaces within Santa Barbara's downtown corridor, and a project that will benefit the downtown properties and businesses and the entire Santa Barbara community. So we are pleased to be here to hear your comments and gain your support. And I was supposed to introduce Tracy and Shayak, who are our local artists who have whom we've created and commissioned to create and install the mural. They have tremendous experience and we were impressed with their credentials. So we're excited to see this come to life and be a part of this beautiful new space that we're creating. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And part of my interruption, just to let you know that your applicant team member, Craig Minus, is back on if he wishes to unmute himself and turn on his webcam.
Yeah, hi, Chair Grumbine and members of commission. Thank you for having us today. I was having a little technical difficulties, so I won't take any further time. My role was just to, again, kind of remind the commission why we're back in front of you as review after final. We were in front of your commission recently, both on November 13th of last year and then January 8th of this year, where we did receive project design approval for the Plaza Granada side improvements. During that approval, we had identified the vision for the art mural, and your commission made favorable comments regarding the concept, and we agreed to return to you with further details. So again, that's why we are here in front of you as a review after final.
Okay. So did you, is there more of your presentation that you wanted to go through?
Yes, absolutely. Shayak and I were interested in sharing a few more details regarding our overall approach to designing the mural, or the idea behind the mural. We are hoping to include supplemental material to create a video presentation of the process after we're finished with the mural, from the very beginning, from the planning stages through the artist process and the results afterwards. One of the other components that we're very interested in is inviting a workshop component into the program, where we work with local middle schools and high schools to bring some of the selected artists that they feel are suitable for the project in to work with us at times. So we are looking forward to working with the local students, to say. And just to give you a little bit of background about myself and Shayak, we are local artists. I have been involved in the Santa Barbara art community for 22 years with the Imaginari Festival. I've been doing that every year for the last almost quarter of a century, and I just absolutely love it. I'm a professional 3D artist and travel all over the world making these kind of artworks that I learned actually in Santa Barbara. So it's a very special place to me. And you know, my life was changed because of Santa Barbara. I do work as an arts envoy with the U.S. State Department, and I travel around the world teaching the art form that I practice to youth, mostly college and high school level, at various universities in Asia, Southeast Asia, and the Middle East. And yeah, have been very excited to be part of this project and working with Karen Rager to develop a plan for the corridor there next to the Granada. And then I'll just pass it over to my husband, Shayak, and he can tell you a little bit about himself.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Karen. And it was our pleasure to having you here. And this is my one of the chances to. I worked in different medium as a multidisciplinary artist. I worked in video art. I worked in posters and the paintings, traditional paintings. So I felt that it's for our new generation, for the Santa Barbara. It's like when root in the history and moving forward to take attention from the grab attention from the next generation and involve that the crowd and community in that project, and how the process is going on and how the bright and colorful it can be. And I feel that my design is very engaging to keep that place busy and happy. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you. So did you want to walk through any other slides or anything of that sort, or how do you?
Chair Grubbine, this is Craig Minus. I'd be happy to. You know, it's a pretty straightforward proposal, but I'm happy to kind of walk through what the concept is here and the application and how it relates to the previously approved site improvements, if you'd like.
Perfect, that'd be great. Yeah, and we'll for time purposes, we'll keep moving fairly quickly. I think
I'll try to make this a summary, but the Granada Plaza site improvement project really is a enhancement to the pedestrian experience going from the Granada garage out through the existing Paseo to State Street and hopefully the Granada Theater. And it's been the intention of the project to provide enhanced safety and lighting and quite frankly an experience that we think is unique to Santa Barbara. And so the sheet that you see in front of you is a representation of the art and its location. The art mural will be partly on the existing building that is on the south side of the existing Paseo. And then the other portion will be on the new extension wall that we will be built. That's represented there on A201. One clarification, you know, we're currently going through our construction drawing plan review process. And one element that we've modified is the elimination of that person gate there that separates the mural. So actually, if you go to the next sheet, that was an updated rendering to kind of show the whole continuity between the mural. So I think that's we can review that in detail if you like. Again, the other part of the application materials included, the background on the artists. We did provide some photos of where that would go for anyone that is not familiar. But we're very excited. We think it will add to the project that we are envisioning. We think it will provide a unique experience that many Santa Barbarans and visitors will enjoy.
Great. All right. So, do you want to walk through any more imagery, or is there? I'm just trying to zoom in here on my own. Or does that conclude your presentation?
That concludes my portion. Karen or Sayak or Tracy, if you have anything to add, please do.
Tracy and Shayak, if you want to add any comments that you think will be helpful, that would be great. In regard to what you have envisioned and have put into this mural.
Okay, sure. Absolutely. Sorry, I was just muted there. Well, the idea behind the mural was to create a vibrant visual representation of the performing arts from Santa Barbara and Santa Barbara County. So we focused on many different types of art forms, especially those that were presented at the Granada over the years, and decided to incorporate elements of those into the painting. Certainly what we want to do is bring a lot of life to that corridor through the lighting, through the development that's happening there, and certainly the color and the artwork will enhance that. The concept, again, was to focus on the roots and the tradition of Santa Barbara, yet use imagery that is bringing a really colorful and vibrant 21st century approach to it, and certainly intriguing and exciting to young people that are coming up that may be excited about getting involved in the performing arts and understanding, painting process, making a mural about the performing arts could be very inspiring for them. Most of the time, our work is about inspiring youth, so we try to get as involved in that aspect of process as we can, inviting youth, again, to come on board and learn and practice and understand how the process works. But certainly there's a story being told as people move down through the corridor of the different types of theatrical activities and performing arts activities that can be possible for young people or getting involved in this. As far as the composition and the color, that's something that we're working on and continually fine tuning. So it's pretty accurate to what we want to see happening there. But of course, there could be some elements that we change as we get closer to the time of execution. So I think that's about it for on our end. We are going to be using materials that are non-toxic, water-based. That way it's, very safe for the community. And also we plan on coating the mural with an anti-graffiti coating. So that way there's easy maintenance involved with that in the future. We've done many of these over the years, exterior and interior, and we feel very confident with the surface that we're provided with there and achieving a very beautiful and dynamic piece of art. So I think that basically covers our end. So if you have any questions, we're happy to answer those.
Thank you, Tracy. And that concludes our presentation, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. All right, so now we will open public comment. Any member from the public wishing to comment, you can just follow these instructions here. And
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, for this item, if you want to raise your hand using the hand icon, and I will call on you. I see Anna Marie Gott. You will have 2 minutes. I just unmuted you, so please speak when you're ready.
Okay, there is a question that I have. Are you approving the lighting and the poles today? I don't know if you are because those are on the file. I also just want to remind you that we actually do not have an ordinance or any guidelines regarding murals anywhere in the city that have been approved by our city council. And I really want to caution you on permitting a mural that's about 150 feet in length in one location. I don't have a problem with putting up murals, but I do have a problem with having the HLC or the ABR approve murals when we actually do not have a legitimate mural program. I'll just give you an example. Should a mural actually consist of words? I don't believe that they should, and we've got something that is posing as a mural down in the Funk Zone that says Funk Zone brand that is actually, you know, basically a sign that has now been lit up. I don't find that appropriate, and I just want to throw something out there. Right now, we have a huge energy behind Black Lives Matter. What happens if someone decided to put up your mural and add just one word to that? That was like, Black lives don't matter. And you would have no ability to control or take that sign down because you would be permitting something and there would be a change after the mural was put up. I really urge the HLC to demand that you have a program put in place, put this off until you actually have a written document that specifies what a mural program would be and what its duration would be. Thank you.
all right, thank you.
And then, Mr. Chair, I don't see any other hands raised, but I do want to call on Travis Vassallo. I just wanted to make sure that, Travis, that you weren't interested in speaking. Your audio is live, Travis. If you, did you wish to speak on this particular item?
No, I'll be speaking on the final item.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think we can go ahead and move to questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so we'll close public comment and back to the commission for questions.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Yes, so my questions are somewhat technical. So what is the matrix that the paint is going to be applied to? Is it a canvas? Is it vinyl? What is it? This is for the applicant.
Yeah, hi, this is Craig Minus. If I understand your question correctly, it will be there will be a stucco material that will be put, you know, on the extension wall and the existing stucco of the building, and so the Tracy and SIAC will apply the art mural to that material.
But okay, so the paint will go directly onto the stucco?
Yeah, I imagine they will have some sort of primer, and they can probably describe that better. But we've been coordinating what the prep material would be, and that's the direction. It was to be a smooth stucco finish.
So it'll be sort of like a modern day fresco.
You could
more
say
or
that,
less, except without using lime and, you know, and you said water soluble. Is that correct, madam?
No, actually it's water-based, not water-soluble.
Water-based, but not water soluble. In other words, it won't come off once it's applied.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Oh.
If I could just interject, Mr. Minus, could you please turn on your webcam when answering questions so the board members can hear you or can see you?
Yeah, I'd love to. I'm having difficulties with that. I've spent yesterday on your prep session and all today trying to get to work, but unfortunately it's not working, so I apologize.
Thank you.
Commissioner House?
Mr. Chair, on this elevation that we're currently looking at, there's no representation at the right end of the donor wall, donor acknowledgement. But on the other view we were shown, it shows there's a section for donors to be acknowledged. And I don't know if you have any more information about that, but I would also have a question for Ms. Ostringer, whether or not that not being a mural, but text honoring donors, is that subject to sign committee review?
Ostringer?
Don't all speak at once.
Chair Grumbine, Commissioner House, honorable commissioners, I'd have to look into that a little more deeply with regards to your questions regarding whether it would need to go to sign committee. And I'm not quite sure. I mean, there's exceptions to what goes to sign committee. I could, as you're discussing it, I could try and look at the ordinance with regards to whether those would fall into one of the exceptions that would put it outside of the sign committee. So I'm sorry, I can't answer right this minute, but I can try and.
Well,
all right, that sounds good. Why don't you circle?
The question for the applicants then, do you have any more information on what the format or the appearance of that donor section would be?
And actually, could we go to that, Timmy, if we can go to that page and just so we can have a visual of it.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. Donors will go. Yeah. Okay. Got it.
Mr. Commissioners, we have not developed a specific design, but the plan is that there will be a section up towards State Street, the State Street sidewalk, that where that would a sign would be painted. So it would be a design that would fit within the district, and it would just be similar to the mural, and then it would just be painted onto the wall.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Lundvik.
Thank you. On the screen, go to the elevation that's just above this one, please. My question for you is, it appears that this elevation of the mural and the one below it, one of them is not to scale or distorted. I mean, the one below, if you can bring that up as well, maybe, along with this one, seems to have more horizontality, less verticality associated with it. Is that, what am I looking at here? See, that appears to be much longer than the one you show on the building. And it's a question or confusing to me. I don't understand what's going on. It may not affect anything, but I'm curious. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner Lundvik, this is Craig Minus. I would say that the second image is probably more accurate. The image on the side of the building was our attempt, probably through a Photoshop application, to try to illustrate or render what it would look like to give you a understanding of context and location. But I would definitely focus on the sheet that's on the screen now. That was developed directly by Tracy and SIAC, and does not have any proportionality issues on it.
All right. Any other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drury?
Why isn't Swamp Dog represented on the on the mural? I'll close my microphone now.
Please do. I was going to ask if they can just omit the dancers, but we can't do that. All right, on to comments. Commissioners' comments, and also remembering that of what we can and can't comment or direct about.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner, I saw Commissioner Uli first, and you've already spoken twice, so.
Okay.
All right,
All
I'll
right.
come back. I left the room, but I'll come back.
No, I yield to Commissioner Uli.
Thank you.
All right, Commissioner
House.
Uli.
Appreciate that. Can we go back to the other graphics? Since we're not really allowed to talk about the content of the mural, it doesn't make sense to be looking at a graphic of the mural. I think in general, I am comfortable with a mural in this location. I think we made similar positive comments when we were reviewing the project for lighting and poles and that stuff. So I'm comfortable with an expression of a mural here. I don't believe we need to wait for a very lengthy, potentially contentious argument over a mural program, as was suggested in public comment. While I think that might be important ultimately, I don't believe this project needs to wait for that conversation to result in an ordinance of some sort. So I'm comfortable with this project and can support it going forward.
All right, thank you. Commissioner House, did you want to?
Yes, I did. But Ms. Ostringer, did you have something to add?
Yeah, but now, did she scare you away now?
Oh, yes.
Commissioner House, honorable commissioners, I just want to make something clear because what Commissioner Uli mentioned with regards to not looking at the content or commenting on the content, true, but with regards, you can look at the design, the proposed art, as that helps you decide how big it would be, where it would be located, that kind of thing. So look at what's being proposed, because that could affect how you would consider its location, its size, etc.
Thank you for that clarification. Commissioner House?
I certainly don't want to tread on anybody's First Amendment rights. And so the things I'm going to say are merely suggestions and by no means conditions. I would very much appreciate minimizing any text such as Granada or Granada logo, so it's subservient to the artwork, because I wouldn't want it to start looking like a sign for the Granada. And as far as the donor wall, this is the first time we've seen a suggestion that there might be that included in this, and that I have a problem with. And I'll leave that to staff and the city attorney's office to determine whether or not that is something that should properly go to sign committee. I personally feel that donor recognition would be more appropriate inside the lobby of the theater and not right on this prominent corner. I think the art should take center stage. So that would be my comment.
All right, Commissioner Vena?
I really enjoy it. I think it's going to be a great addition. I agree with Steve, and I think we should just move ahead with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Additional
Chair,
comments? Commissioner Drury?
am I allowed? Have I?
Well, as a professional artist, will you make one comment?
Well, I think it's as presented, especially I think it's the second iteration down, which is much brighter, and that's I think close to what is being proposed. Is that correct? The very colorful strip of the mural itself. Anyway, I think it's fantastic, and I'm with Commissioner Vane. I think it proceed forthwith. I think it's a great addition to a really weird little parking lot, and I think it's going to make things a lot more colorful and friendly in that zone. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any other comments? All right. I just echo the previously made comments by my fellow commissioners. And so, what are we looking for this item again? What's the
Mr. Chair, it's approval of
Yeah.
review after final if someone wants to make that motion.
Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Uli, I see you popping up first here.
I'll move approval after final of this project.
Second.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Motion by Uli, second by Vena. Under discussion, Commissioner House.
could it be in the motion that the city staff and city attorney's office is to review the donor component for possible sign committee review?
I would agree with that as part of the motion.
Likewise.
Second? All right, so the first and seconder both agree. All right, so with that, any other discussion? All right, in which case, can we do a roll call vote?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Vena,
Aye.
Vice Chair House,
Aye.
Commissioner Mahan,
Aye.
Commissioner Uli,
Aye.
Commissioner Drury,
Aye.
Commissioner Lenvik,
Aye.
Chair Grumbine.
Aye.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so with that, oh, and this, is that action appealable? Do I need to announce the appeal period for that?
Mr. Chair, the decision is appealable. Thank you.
Okay, so this is appealable within 10 days to City Council. All right, so we are on to item 3. We are 15 minutes behind. I would like to take a quick 5-minute break, and then we can come back into it. That works.
Yes, please.
All right. Sorry to keep you waiting there, but we'll be back shortly, I promise.
Sounds good.
All right. right, calling back to order Historic Landmarks Commission, June 10th, 2020. All right, so we are on to item 3, 128 Castillo Street. This is a new item for concept review. The project site is adjacent to a property on the city's list of potential historic resources as contributing to a historic district, 317 to 331 West Annalee Street, a bungalow court with 8 Spanish colonial revival style units constructed in 1930. Proposal for exterior improvements to Avenia Inn, consisting of cosmetic improvements to the Castillo Street elevation, upgrades to exterior stairs, accents and trims, and replacement of the existing wood railings with decorative iron railings. Project includes replacement of all existing packaged terminal air conditioners and new units, and remodeling 14 balcony rooms to accommodate the new PTAC. The existing 6-foot high wood fence surrounding the pool area is proposed to be replaced with a new decorative stucco wall with decorative iron security fencing on top. Staff hearing officer review is required for proposed alterations and changes to openings within the existing non-conforming setbacks. This is for concept review. No final appealable decision will be made. And I see Ms. Plummer is here. So do you want to give us a little overview?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Before we move into the applicant's presentation, the purpose of today's hearing is a conceptual level review of the project, but also to get comments specific to the setback encroachment. This project, or the building actually, is non-conforming to its setbacks, and they are proposing alterations within those setbacks that applies to new openings, architectural features, balconies within the setback area. I believe the applicant will go into more detail of what those are in their presentation. But as this is in the coastal zone, new openings or changes, for example, on that front elevation section, doing those changes would require staff hearing officer approval for that encroachment. So when you're considering this project today, please think about the aesthetic appropriateness of those changes within the setback area and the overall proposal for the project in general. And those comments would be forwarded on to the staff hearing officer for her review. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, welcome. If you could introduce yourself for the record and go through your project.
Great, my name is Clint Iwanica. I'm the architect and the agent for the owner. I think just to get started, I'd like to show basically the floor plan and showing how much of the hotel actually exceeds into the, or encroaches into the setbacks. So if you went to PDF page 5, and zoom in on the proposed, well, yeah, I guess you could do existing, but do proposed, zoom in on the proposed first floor. You'll see a dashed line that surrounds, you zoom out a little bit, yeah. There's a dashed line that kind of, it creates a square. So there you can see that how much the portion of the hotel is actually beyond the setback requirements. The red items on the upper left are the pool fence right there. And then the red marks by the stairs on each side are embellishments that we're proposing, and those go into the setback as well. And then at the front of the project, really just doing superficial front applications and doing some updates to the existing openings to make them a little bit more attractive. So that's kind of the overview of how much of the hotel encroaches. So now I'll go over kind of the existing hotel and what we're proposing to do. If you go to page 3 of the PDF, these are photos of the existing hotel. Zoom into the middle photo there. That's a shot of the front of the hotel that borders Castillo. So you can see there is some decoration already there, kind of a closed shutter window on the upper story, and then kind of a stucco surround around the entry, and then some wood elements around the 2 French doors there on each side of the entry. So that's the front, and obviously I'm proposing some updates to this front. Now, if we go to the, zoom out again, please. If you zoom down to, say, the lower elevations, you'll see here that the balconies consist of a wood post that goes from the second floor balcony up to the roof, wood railings, and then a stairwell on the left. And these are elements that I propose to update. And I'll show you those next, but just basically just keep in mind that existing wood railings and wood posts. Let's see what else. And then the rear of the building. If you go to page 2 of the PDF. Oh, actually, I take it back. Go back to 3. I forgot it's on there, page 3. If you zoom up to the upper left corner, this is the best shot that I could get of the rear of the building. But you see that it's pretty much just a stucco wall with some existing window openings and then the existing PTAC units, which, as Pilar said, we propose to replace with more efficient, quieter units on the back. And then I'll show you what we're treating, how we're treating those windows. And then let's see, one other item, if we could just zoom back out to the front. And then the middle pictures on the far right. One element that really needed some help were the stairwells on both sides. And this one specifically, it has a stair going up to the roof, and they've actually had people in the past climb up onto the roof. So we're eliminating that stair access there, but treating this staircase to make it a little bit more architecturally appealing. And just one side note too, the trellises that are over the driveway and then along that fence on the right over there, those are planned to be removed. So, okay, so now time to show you what we're proposing for updates. Let's go to page 9 of the PDF. So I've included the original drawings that were drawn back in the day, and there are some variations as they are today, specifically those shutters on each side of those double doors. Those don't exist, but pretty much the same. But if you zoom into below, you can kind of see what we're proposing to do. And at the front there, we want to take the existing openings that have those closed shutters and actually put in some faux windows, so it's a little bit more inviting. The glass would be opaque, adding some ornamental faux Juliet balconies, and hoping to introduce some stone. Maybe it'd probably be more concrete type stone surround around the entry and the Juliet balconies to kind of give it a little bit more presence, not just stucco. And you can see here on the elevation too, what we're attempting to do with the stairwells to give them a little bit more architectural interest. And on the right stairway there, you can see that dashed line that runs vertically. You can see how much of that is encroaching into the setback on the right. Yeah, to the right of that is all in the setback. But again, that's just a wall. It's really nothing. It's not square. There's not habitable square footage. Duplicating the left. And on the left too, this is also, I forgot to bring this up, but the existing pool wall, I should probably go back to show you that. That's on page 3 again. I want to show the existing pool wall. So you can see it on the upper left. Right now, it's just a wood fence. They do have problems with homeless people climbing over and getting into the pool area. That's one shot. And then zoom out, please. Zoom to the lower left. So you can see that's a view from the parking lot. That's the existing pool fence as it is now, kind of a glass half wall on a piece of wood fence. That's the view from the interior parking lot. So if we go back to page 9, you'll see on the left there, just a portion of the pool fence. There is more elevation of it on another page, but I just wanted to point that out, that that's a part of the pool fence. It would actually be glass. The spike railing is beyond, on the property line behind. So let's see, zoom back out, please. Go to page, the next page, page 10. If you zoom in on that, this would be a typical treatment on the balconies from existing. The idea is to add a wood beam at the very top level, adding some wood corbels to kind of bring in some character to those posts, replacing the wood railings with the decorative metal railing. The existing 2 windows that you see right there, maybe adding some tile detail with an iron bar. And then down at the very bottom, the idea is to do a stucco band with a contrasting color to kind of just ground the building, to kind of give it some character at the bottom, because currently it's just stucco to the bottom. And then zooming back out, please. Then on the far right, you can see how much of that portion of that hotel exceeds or extends into that rear setback. And all of those windows, let's go to the rear so you can see what's happening there. That would be page 11. So, and the idea here is to either do some kind of stone surround around the windows, and or depending on budget, it may end up being a stucco with a contrasting color. And then there's the new PTAC units in the same locations they are now. And then looking to the right, you can see the property line pool wall fence. And then we've added, proposed to do gutters with downspouts and a scupper type detail on the wall. Let me show you more of the pool fence. That's on page 12 of the PDF. And if you zoom in, this would be the view from Yanonali Street. So if you look on the left there, again, if you want to zoom into that, the idea is to create stucco fence for privacy up to 6 feet, and then above that doing security type iron top on it to hopefully prevent people from trying to climb over. And on that fence, again, it looks tile decorative detail at the top, the base of the columns probably being stucco, and then the top some kind of decorative copper cap. And then the existing wood fence along Yanonali that borders the parking lot would become an iron fence at 6 feet. And I think that's it. That's all I have. Hopefully I didn't go too fast.
Okay. Great, thank you. And did you get through all the pages with commentary on them?
You know, if you want to just run through them, let's see, starting at page, a lot of them are floor plans. So let me, let's go to page 5 of the PDF.
Yeah, I didn't mean to slow you down, but I do want to make sure it kind of.
Well, yeah,
gets
no,
all-
that's great. Yeah, no, and then, so again, the red that sticks out, that's what we're proposing. So this is the first floor. Please go to the next page. Here, again, it's just really carrying up that stairwell embellishment up to the second floor. The red is just showing the framed out walls for that. Yeah, and then PTACs being replaced from where they are. Next page, please. Again, now we're on this level, we're seeing the embellishment or the changes to the front in those existing openings. Again, there are those 3 existing sort of shuttered windows, and we're coming in with some updates on the front there when you see on the lower right. And then again, stairwells are being carried up to the 3rd floor. And so the next page, please. And then the red hatch, that's just showing that we've taken that stair out and we're filling in the roof in that location. Next page, please. And again, front elevation. I do want to point out, I didn't say that, on this elevation, if you notice on the right side of the proposed, there is some tile embellishment proposed on the wall at the back. If you zoom in on the right section of the new. Currently, it's just a stucco wall and just proposing to add some tile on that just to kind of break up that stucco that is happening on that first floor. And next page, please. Again, we talked about this elevation. Next page, please. The rear, we talked about that. Next page, please. And then this is the north elevation, very similar to the south elevation, again, adding the wood posts with the wood beam, the wood corbels, new metal railings, and the stucco band on the bottom. Next page, please. I guess that's it.
All right. Great. Okay. Thank you. Is there anything else?
Nope, that's it. Nope.
All right. Okay. So in that case, I will now open public comment. Any member of the public wishing to comment, do so by following those instructions on the screen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And just as a reminder, if you wish to speak on this item and you're joining us by webinar, please raise your hand using the hand icon and I will call on you. I currently do not see anyone who wishes to speak on this particular item. Yes. And I'll just ask Pilar if we received any written comment.
Mr. Chair, and to Ms. Kokinda, there was no written correspondence. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay, so now I'll close public comment and bring it back to the commission for questions.
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Drury.
Drury. I would ask questions about those guitars behind the applicant, but that would lead us hours and hours away.
Their bases.
So that curvilinear, that contour at the end of, I don't know I can't remember
the buttress there.
I'm sorry?
Yes. Buttress on the right of the one
yeah,
we're looking at right now.
It's got a curved opening with a door.
Correct.
Where does that go?
That goes nowhere. It goes just into an open area that's on the setback. Again, it was just trying to add some interest. It's
no,
just
that's fine. It's practical in terms of sort of putting some poetry in that space, but it goes to another zone or something.
Exactly. Yeah, and it provides access for the owner to that area. It helps to also shield from the street. Just there's a wood fence and it's just not very appealing, so that helps to kind of hide all of that, but it still provides access for the owner.
And I'm also I'd like to ask about the security measures taken to keep people out of your pool. Is there no other option than it looks rather penitential? That's the right word. How about penitentiary-like?
Yes, with a Santa Barbara flair. I'm sure there is. I don't know what the maximum height we can go on that fence, but to me, if we could just carry the fence up to 7 feet, then that might be helpful. But
okay.
and remove the bars.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Drury. Commissioner Drury, any other questions? Commissioners with other questions? Okay, I'll jump in with a few. Actually, I'll go for Commissioner Mahan and then followed by Commissioner Lenbick.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at the top perspective here, and what are the tan rectangles above the windows? What are those tan rectangles above the window on either side of that stone entry?
Oh, are you talking? They're actually existing right now. If you go to the page 3 of the PDF document, those are existing currently, and the idea would be just to probably paint those whatever color we've decided on the stucco band for the bottom. If you zoom in, you see them now. There, it's a wood type.
Just a painted rectangle.
Yeah, that's existing, and it's just a painted wood trim. And the proposal on the new elevation would be just to paint it a new color.
Paint it out, in other words.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. But then the main entrance would have this stone around it.
Yeah, kind of following the original intention, but maybe giving it a little bit more size and prominence than it is now. It looks a little thin for the facade, so just giving it some more beef. And also introducing the stone element, different material.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner Lenvick.
Thank you. I'm on, I guess, aren't I? I don't want you to confuse Mr. Mahan on that elevation of the street frontage with the wooden header on each side of the entry door. You're not painting those out. You're painting those a contrasting color, correct?
Correct. I guess I didn't understand what he meant, painting those out.
He said paint out, and he'll walk away thinking it's white, and it's not going to be white.
Oh, no. Whatever color that we decide on the trim at the bottom, the stucco band that's being shown on the north and south elevations, which would be page 10 of the PDF, that
I have a question. Go to page 12, the last page. I think it's the last page, which is the exterior elevation of the. No, go up one to page 11 then. Now, I see the existing elevation and I see the proposed elevation. Yet when you look at the photographs of this elevation, I see a lot of conduit and junction boxes and piping and whatever on this elevation. I'm assuming that when you get through, the proposed elevation will look like what you show, and all of that exposed conduit and piping and junction boxes and such will be gone.
I don't believe that was the intention. If you'd like,
So the drawing is not accurate then?
It does not show conduit, correct?
I think that when you come back to us, you should show everything that's on that elevation.
All right.
Because otherwise it's not a true statement of what you intend to do. It looks kind of, if you go to the photograph up 3 or 4 sheets and blow in on that, on the photograph there, where would I find that?
Page 3, upper left.
Yeah, page 3, and go to the far left there, the middle run, the bottom run. Yeah, right there. I mean, there's a lot of stuff there. I mean, you can't blow it up and get a good review of it, but there's a lot of stuff there.
Sure.
And it'd be nice if that went away.
Yeah, and it's possible we could introduce some kind of element there that would cover that, because I think that's the only way we could deal with it. That's quite a bit of.
You're doing no interior remodel work then?
That's correct. This was the owner came to me with he wanting just to, as minimal as possible, update the exterior to make it look more appropriate.
I understand that. You don't show the air conditioning units that are going away, and you're patching the wall. So you're doing a lot of patching on the wall, but you're also asking the city for a waiver on setbacks and a lot of other things. Maybe the city would be asking you to clean up that wall. I don't know. It's an interesting question. Now, go down to, your owner may not like that. Go down to 12. I see, I went by and looked at this building a couple of days ago. And I think it's unfortunate that the wood columns don't go to the ground, which would be an honest expression of the structural support. What I do see, however, is that you look at the upper elevation there and you see brackets coming out of the wall that are implying support for those columns. And there are brackets on both of these elevations, on all these elevations, not regular, sometimes every other one, so on and so forth. But is your intention to not have those brackets when you're done?
Yeah, actually in the proposed elevations, I just show, if you go to the existing elevations, you'll see that they actually didn't put them in as proposed in these original drawings. So
they have some in, like every other one or whatever on the other elevation.
Yeah, let me go to that sheet and I'll show you. Let's see. It's hard to see, but if you go into page 3, those are existing photos. The upper right, kind of zoom in on that first middle shot. Just to the left there. You'll notice the bottom there. You see how there's no beams, but then if you look off in the distance, they pretty much just put in whatever the structural beam was required. That's what was exposed, but definitely could come in and propose to add them, but there are some conflicts with windows on a few of them. If you look at the very first one on the left, that one would run into a window, and I believe that's probably why they didn't put them in.
Well, yeah, the other board members may have some opinion on this. I think the integrity of the design would warrant having them all along if you can't take the post to the ground.
Right, but again, how do we resolve that conflict with that first window? You know, we can't have a beam go into the window.
Right, and I don't see on any of these new elevations, I can go to 11, for instance, or whatever. I don't see the air conditioning units that you're proposing. Go up one. Go up to page. Go up to page 11 or 10. Go to 11. Go to 11. I don't see on that new elevation. I don't see the equipment that you're proposing.
On 11.
Well,
Page
okay,
11.
what page? What PDF are you on now?
This is the rear. This is that
Go up,
conduit wall.
Go up to A4.2, which I believe is PDF 11.
Yeah, they're yeah, page 11. If you look on the bottom, you'll see the P-tax there.
Go up one more sheet.
Page
one more
11.
drawing sheet.
10, page 10.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Chair, Timmy Baldner, the person controlling the plans. It says page 11, so happy to go wherever you want to go.
On my iPad, it's different for whatever reason. But okay, so I don't see on the bottom elevation there. I guess I don't see your equipment. Is that right?
If you look at the bottom of the,
Can you zoom in there to the bottom to me?
you'll see the P-tax were added.
Thank you.
They're right there. Now, there are some on the upper levels. They're behind the railings. I could add those in.
Well, an honest visualization on these drawings of what you are proposing to do, I think is very important.
All right.
I think it's very important. If you have fire extinguishers, if you have air conditioning units, if you have whatever, I mean, that's what you're here. That's what you're here for right now is change out air conditioning units, but we don't see any. And I'm curious as to what we end up really seeing when we're done, and that's important. And I guess there'll be painted with the wall. And those are my questions right now, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Lundvik. Any other questions from other chair members? Or chair members, any other commission members?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner House.
If we could go to page 10.
PDF 10 or, yeah.
PDF 10.
All right.
Okay, so I'm a little confused. You have those corbels in those two mid bays and also one over to the left. Are you proposing to just do those corbels and those beams between columns in those locations, or is that a typical indication of what you would do everywhere?
Yeah, just showing them there. I felt that putting them everywhere was going to get too obnoxious, but just kind of showing, sort of accentuating that column row, bringing attention to the center of it. Both on the left, you have 3 bays, showing it in the middle, and then on the right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bays, showing it in the middle there. Again, just trying to break up the massing of the elevation with decoration, really.
Okay, and then on PDF page 12, the proposed elevation, is that intentional to leave out that beam at the top and the center and at the left and right ends? Okay.
Yes, again, kind of like on the south elevation, you're setting up this sort of like massing of columns that are separated by a gap. And if you looked on the front page, which would be, I guess, page 1, you can see better what is happening at that spot. If you zoom into the upper photograph, kind of about at the center,
I see you're returning that.
Yeah, I'm
front-
returning it to try to create some sort of like articulation of that facade with these columns, trying to make them an element instead of just this replicated column, 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 column. You know, again, trying to give it some mass, I guess, you know, breaking it up, and giving it some order.
And the last question I can think of, the existing wood pickets in the railing, are they still in serviceable condition or are they rotted out?
No, they're pretty scary. That was probably the first thing that the owner wanted to replace was the railings.
Did you say they're new windows or you're keeping the
No,
existing?
all existing. Yeah, they're all staying the same.
And they're aluminum sliders?
They're white vinyl, I believe.
White vinyl, so they've been replaced at some point.
Those are your favorites.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
right.
Those are all the questions.
Any other questions? Okay. All right. Any other questions from commissioners? Okay, I have a few. If we can stay on this image. If we zoom in to the lower level, straight on the lower level of this, there are vertical lines in that darker stucco. So what's the purpose of those vertical lines? And what are they? What's the purpose?
Just an expansion joint to try to give it some rhythm to the look instead of just this solid stucco band. Just trying to break. So they would be expansion joints.
Okay, and then the stepping up of that wainscot, that same band, stepping up at that planter, and then stepping into the going up to that vertical tile, that vertical strip of tile that goes straight up. Was there a reason for the step, or what is the reason for the step of the that wainscot?
Just again trying to break up that linear look of the base band, and just trying to, again, because that sort of pops out of the wall, it just visually articulates that particular section. No reason for it other than that. It could be at the same level.
Okay, and then if you could zoom out a little bit. Was there any particular inspirations for the ironwork on the front, that angled ironwork look, and the you had mentioned it's sort of a Juliet. Was it like? Yeah. What was the thinking for those pieces?
Again, I reviewed the design guidelines and some of the examples, and seeing some elements that I saw that could possibly work here, and that's really kind of has a Spanish colonial feel to it, and the canopy awning over the door, and the more decorative ironworking on those faux balconies. So
Gotcha.
That was pretty much it.
Okay. All right, and then that was, I think, it for my questions. Okay, that was all for my questions. Any
Chair,
other questions?
One more question.
Yes, Commissioner House.
The surround at the front entry, is that precast concrete? Is that what that is?
Are you talking around the entry door?
Correct.
That would be the intention, yes.
Okay, so it's not framed and plastered and just a natural cement colors, precast concrete units.
No, yeah, I wanted to do precast, to bring in a new material, something a little bit more, something nicer to look at than just stucco.
All right, any other questions? Not, let's move into comments.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Drury?
On that same view, this is perhaps a question, but or just a recommendation. All the way at the, so that's the southwest, is that correct? The southwest view. So all the way to the right, that same doorway. I wonder if, as a comment and a question, some sort of a wrought iron lamp over that door would be kind of called for there. It seems a little naked.
Yes, I agree.
So there's that, and then I very much like the change that you've done on the entry. I think it's quite attractive. And I guess the only negative comment I have is that I would recommend some further thought on the surround of the pool, the fence around the pool. I think it's a little, it speaks to the problem, but in a very, very harsh way. I don't mean penitential. It was penitentiary-al. So I think that could use and there might even be some sort of a liability by having spikes sticking up. I'm not sure, but I think there probably would be. Anyway, I think that could use some work. But overall, I think this is a great improvement. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Commissioner Vena.
Well, I'm looking at the front entry there, and I'm looking at the two little lights that are there, and it seems like everything may be in proportion, but those two little lights are just too small. Is there any way we can get something bigger, bolder, something that makes a statement? That's all I have.
Okay, so
thank you.
Okay. Additional comments? Commissioner Lendick?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. On that elevation there, I don't know why you need the ironwork at the windows on each side of the French door. I don't know that they have a purpose. And the balcony ironwork, I believe, if I recall, is on another building, either up or down the street. So there's some precedence for it in the neighborhood. I think the building, is certainly improved with these changes. I wish there was a little more consistency with regard to some of the elements, like the lack of the brackets on the ground floor. But I understand why you're doing this, so it's not a big deal. When I look at the right side, the far end of the building down there, and I see the tile on the wall, and it seems to be stopping kind of arbitrarily at least on the right side at the door. I don't know why it doesn't continue on and finish out that area. And even on the left side, I think if you're going to stop the tile, it's got to be more than just the thickness of tile that's stopping there. You got to find a way to have an element that the tile bumps into. So I think you should restudy how you've used the tile at that far, I would call it west elevation, east end of the building. Otherwise, I hope that I would hope that you would be able to clean up the alley elevation, and I think that this hotel, as a general comment, would be greatly improved if you got a lot more landscaping in the parking areas, a lot more landscaping. I realize that this south parking lot we're looking at is probably dimensionally tight for 90-degree parking, but the one on the north side, I think it was like 74 feet face to face. You certainly could find a place there to get some landscaping against the building, and that really improves the guests' impression of a building is when you've got nice landscaping at your front door, nice landscaping at the edge of your parking lot. So you might take that back to your client. I understand it's an expense he probably doesn't want to get involved with, but I really feel you can improve the quality of what someone who drives by looks at if he sees landscaping in the parking areas. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Vena?
Excuse me. If possible, trees might help the facility in the sense of scale and relativeness. I would look for some trees that have some nice qualities to them. Anyway, it needs some shadows on the buildings here and there. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner House?
Mr. Chair, you've got a tall order to fill, especially on what seems like the tight budget you've been given. So I appreciate your valiant efforts to make improvements to this building. But I also feel like it's become a little bit more of a hodgepodge. And I think you're trying to solve problems that I don't necessarily see as a problem, you know, breaking up the long horizontals. They are what they are. And, you know, this is a, I don't know what era, 50s era motel or something. But, you know, when you say break up the stucco, well, we like stucco. So that's not a bad word or something that necessarily has to get broken up. Starting with that proposed southwest view on the entry facade, the precast concrete surround around the entry, I think, is especially chunky, especially with how proud it is of the building surface. And I think then it kind of clashes and competes with the window elements. When I first saw the call out and it said stone, I thought, well, that's an awfully heavy looking lintel. And then we learned that, no, that's an existing element and you were going to paint it. It might not want to be that contrasty against the wall, and it might be best to just make it the wall color. I'm not sure. But I think that precast concrete surround is something that was very popular in the 80s, 90s, something like that. A lot of us all use that product, and it got to be kind of a cliche. So I think that it would be better to generally simplify, and if the budget allows, then do a sandstone surround, true sandstone, not faux sandstone, but true sandstone surround around the entry, which doesn't have to be especially complex, but that could be elegant. I agree with Commissioner Lenbick's comments about the Juliet balconies on the windows on either side of the center door aren't really necessary, so that's another place you could save some money. Moving around to the next elevation in this view, I think what you've done with the beam between columns and the corbels could be attractive as long as the execution comes out okay and it doesn't look tacked on. But I don't agree with just doing that occasionally. I think there needs to be a strong rhythm of them occurring everywhere, or come up with a different solution. As far as the iron railings, I would much prefer to see wood pickets again, just because they create a visual plane. And right now we're just kind of seeing through the ironwork to the doors. And I look at the pictures of the existing or the pictures of the original drawings, and I just think it creates another visual plane to have a more solid railing there. I agree, well, picking up on the comment about the height of the wainscot and stepping up and down, I don't think that's so typical, and I certainly appreciate your objective in trying to do that, but this evokes to me more of a mud band, which would be a typical feature on old adobes just to keep the plaster clean in the lower reaches. So, you know, it's perhaps taller than it needs to be, and it doesn't necessarily need to be detailed with the joints in it. And I certainly wouldn't want to see metal expansion joints to accomplish that. If it was subtly tooled, you know, there'd be an argument for that, but I don't think that it should be so pronounced. I agree with Commissioner Lenbick on the tile on the back wall there. It probably be the easiest solution just to run that wainscot and the tile the entire length of that wall, because otherwise you're confronting the problem of, you know, the thin tile veneer just stopping, or you've got to add something for it to abut to. And then moving over to the right to where you've added that new buttress, but just before that, that stucco column at the stair, it looks like that was currently or originally just another one of the wood columns on the, like all the others. And so if you're going to wrap it with stucco, I think that is way too weak and it needs to read as a masonry mass. Might not be a bad idea to have something more substantial there, but I don't think that that spindly stucco works. So, you know, I think that gives an indication of my feeling about the project. It needs a lot more study and pick up Santa Barbara typical details. And I think it's a good start, and I appreciate the task you've taken on, and I wish you the best of luck.
All right, Commissioner Mahan. Oh, I think you're on mute, Commissioner Mahan.
There we go. I agree with all the comments that I've heard, and I think that it seems like a lot of the things that are happening to spruce up the building are not really traditional and appropriate to El Pueblo Viejo guidelines, and I think that it needs to steer more toward a traditional elements. And going back to these brown things over the front windows or doors or whatever they are, they just aren't. That's just not something that we see in Santa Barbara, and I don't think they're appropriate. And thank you, Commissioner Lenvik, for pointing out what painted out means. That means disappearing. Yes. I think that one little blue awning is lonely, and if those windows deserve an awning, maybe the one on each side also deserve awnings, and that would bring some color to the elevation. I agree that the sandstone would be better around the front entrance. It wouldn't have to be, and it shouldn't be quite so heavy as we see there. The lights are too little, those lanterns, and probably in the wrong place. I would think that somehow they would be closer to the entrance, and that needs to be studied. The place where the wainscot is higher in the middle of that, I don't know what elevation you call that. Let's see, this is the south. You know where I'm looking at? There's a little planter down underneath it, and then the wainscot is a little bit higher. I think that seems to me like that needs.
We can go to A 4.2 page just so we make sure that we're on the right. And then it's proposed south elevation. There we go.
That's not much better of a picture of it. It's way far. What I was going to say was that the architect wants to introduce breakups, and I can understand that. That little, it's got a little planter there in front of that where the wainscot. There it is. There's a little planter there, isn't there? Right there. And It seems to me that that almost could become a fountain-like element. It doesn't have to have water in it, but it could be a like element, and the wainscot would become more of a backsplash, which would add some breakup. What is this element right here? It looks like iron bars across above it. What is that?
Is that a window? The stair?
I don't know. What is that?
Look.
Nobody knows.
It's heavily fortified.
Windows. They're existing windows.
That's an existing window?
Yes.
Is there a stairs behind?
Yes, there's
a stair
stairwell.
behind?
There is a stairwell.
Might, that it might come up in some fashion, and even a frame that were you putting tile underneath it and tile above it? That's what that is right there, right?
Yes.
Is that? See, I think what's happening is that you're introducing too many different kinds of elements, and so the design lacks the simplicity that I think is inherent in Spanish colonial revival architecture, and that's what you're trying to get toward that. And so if it would be better to bring the tile down and have the tile come around the planter and be like a backsplash for a little fountain or something, and so that the wainscot would be interrupted, which is okay. So I think that needs to be studied. So you have a lot of comments here, and I think when you come back, we're going to see an greatly improved project. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Drury?
may I jump in with a couple more comments?
Sure.
So I think in general, the size of the wrought iron lamps needs to be studied. I think all of them may be a little too small and probably not quite properly placed. And on I think it's the west elevation, which is the main entrance. Is that correct? With the concrete. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
So I think that I think we're all sort of aimed at the same thing. And when Commissioner Mahan said that awning looked lonely, it's exactly what I was thinking. I think if you put awnings on all three windows on the second floor and got rid of the wrought iron on those two windows on either side of the center one, I think that would add some color and simplicity as well. And I would agree with the comments made by most every commissioner, including, dare I say it, Commissioner House, about the surround of the door. It seems well, you see the sort of thing in Soviet buildings in Budapest, really, really thick concrete. I think it could be made much more poetic, and I think you will do that when you come back. Thank you.
Commissioner Uli?
I'm really conflicted by this project. I certainly appreciate the interest of the owner to spruce up his building, bring it in more into, I suppose, an attractive state. But I'm conflicted. Overall, my sense is this is kind of like a Monterey feel building, and it's getting all of these doodads attached to it that I don't think fit that style. Vertical columns, horizontal beams, brackets, railing, whether it's wood or metal, all are, draw their inspiration from the Monterey style. And then this front elevation, I don't know what's going on with that. It's like you went to the restaurant and you ordered a twice baked potato, but it came out baked 4 times. I'm just, there's just too much going on there. It is disappointing that even the perceived structural support of these vertical columns is missing. It just seems like it's just hanging in the air, and you scratch your head wondering, what's going on there? So I'm struggling. It just seems to be too much going on. Like you went to the salad bar and you picked up this and you picked up that and you just attached it to the building. And I really don't mean to be so cruel in my comment, but it just is a forced mixture of elements that I don't believe go together. And so I'll stop there because it doesn't get any better for me.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Uli. Any other comments? Oh yes, Commissioner Haas.
One last comment. Taking the awning comment one step further, it might be a consideration on those 2 first floor windows to get rid of that wood trim over them, plaster patch that, and put awnings there. And then there's a consistency or simplicity of the design elements on that facade, and it adds color and it adds shadow texture. So all of those would be a nice improvement.
And it hides the bad plaster job.
Yeah.
Plaster repair job.
Mm-hmm.
Just kidding. Okay. All right. Okay, so I agree with especially the last couple comments, Commissioner Uli, and I think Commissioner Uli was really kind of hitting exactly where I was thinking this project was kind of struggling to be two. It's really two different. It's trying to be two different things. And can we go to the perspective, because I think that shows it's the best, the front perspective. I don't know if it's the first or second page. Yeah. And then actually, if we can scroll down a little bit and look at the back inside as well. So I think that the challenge really with this project is you're trying to change one type into something else. And so this type of 50s or whatever hotel is it's closest to where I think you were kind of going with most of it, which is that Monterey revival, and having porches stacked or post stacking. And then Commissioner Lenvick brought up, carrying it all the way to the ground. That's exactly right. That's one way to do it. The other way would be carry it back to the wall with the beams. You brought up the point that, or the brackets. You brought up the point that it could be in conflict. You might be able to resolve some of that conflict with just a very shallow beam and pretend like visually like there's more other structure going on that you can't see, but there's just a shallow portion of the beam popping out so it doesn't hit your door. It doesn't have that conflict. But trying to get it to be a language, a specific language, whether that's Monterey or whether that's Spanish colonial revival of some sort, which is more what the front is doing for sure, and all the heavy walls of heavy massing are that you have on both the buttress on the right side there, and then as well on the front, and then you see it as well on the back side where the pool is. There's portions of that sort of heavy Spanish colonial revival going on. So it seems like there's two different, it's kind of a fight off with two different languages. I do think it seems there could be a good resolution, but I think you need to look at sort of the tectonics of how those styles work or those languages work. The Monterey balcony, and if you zoom into that top upper image, because I think your beam work kind of shows it, and it makes sense, the logic that you were saying in terms of the breakups, but with the Monterey style, part of the strength of the language, and just is from a tectonic reason, is to carry beams across all the way. So to visually hold up that roof where you have the gap where the stair and the tile and all that is. And then as well at the end condition where you turned the beam back before it got to the end over your big heavy pilaster that you have going on there in the corner, which is existing. But I think that part of it is to carry that language as best you can all the way through the project. So you started to do it as well with the beam sections that you have with the little corbels. You started that language, and if you carried a version of that language, it doesn't necessarily have to be all the fussy corbels. It could simply be, a beam fascia with another beam set back a little bit, or some version of that, where it's just fairly simple. But it's just sort of a post and beam visual structure, even though it's not actually post and beam. So if you carried that all the way through and you didn't just have it on the middle sections, but you actually allowed that wood to go throughout, then all of a sudden I think you're getting a lot closer to that Monterey. Of course, you're working with a whole bunch of existing conditions and existing structure, so it might not work out to be that easy, or even to be able to work out at all without looking goofy. So it's definitely a real challenge. But I think it seems like you should go towards one thing strongly or the other, and not try to have both. In terms of the pickets, I would say that you could probably do iron, but wood is a little bit more natural for the Monterey revival as well. And then in terms of the front, now if we kind of scroll over to the left, I think the solution, you're trying too hard to keep those existing surrounds. I think painting it out is one thing, but just remove them is another, and then just plaster it. You're cleaning up this whole front. This is your main front, so why not just strip it down to at least a simpler version of Spanish colonial revival that might tie better with the Monterey that's going on for the rest of the building. The ironwork, I would say you really need to look, looking at a whole bunch of examples and even collecting them as your inspiration images that are historic, I'd say is the best bet. These look more on the sort of an Italian derivative, but also not not sort of proper to hand wrought iron. But maybe show some really good examples that you're inspired by, that you want to go towards as a good starting point. The awning thing, I agree with as well, whether it's 3 awnings across or more, but they might help to liven up the facade but actually still keeping it simple and plaster, and not trying to accent the current existing strange moldings and things that are left over from previous project. And then the cast stone, while cast stone itself isn't my favorite, it can be done well enough, but I think that the chunkiness of this one is definitely, I agree with the comments made about it, and whether it gets pushed all the way back against the wall and just a slight pop out. And that one as well, I think you really need to look at some precedents on that, because there's a lot of ways of doing it wrong, and that are typical mistakes, and showing your joints where they are as well, even if it's cast, but real stone would obviously be best. And then I would say your pilasters here at the front, you've got some weird, there's some weird, I know they're existing moldings and things like that going on, and maybe you can just clean those up, clean those off, and just make it, and all those remnants just need to be kind of cleaned up if you're going to go towards one language or another. And then I would also say on the underside of the eave, I know it's plaster, but maybe paint it out so it reads as at least darker, and not not like a 50s or 60s thing, but reading as darker and fool the eyes to make it at least feel like it's wood underneath there. Just visually, if it was brown, it would seem like it would help you at least in the kind of making this thing come together. So those would be my comments, and then I can summarize what has previously been said as well. Commissioner Lenvik, did you want to?
I was prepared to make a motion if that would be appropriate.
Okay, I'm gonna add the other comments just so it's official to that, and then maybe you can make a motion with those comments. Okay, so all right, so the lights in general, so it's wrought iron lights, need to be scaled larger in general, and one should be added to the buttress element and gate element at the southwest, on the southwest view. The pool fence is an enclosure, is feeling too what was the prison-like was the description used, and so needs to be restudied. And we'll just leave it at that, because I think you heard a lot of the different comments. So you might try various things to get that to work. The front entry surround, the cast stone surround, feels too chunky. And we recommend either going to real stone and pushing the entry surround, making it less pronounced, or I mean, you could even find great examples of plaster ones. If that doesn't punch out enough for you, then going to a real stone would be preferable. The mechanical equipment on the elevations needs to be shown on the existing elevations and the proposed, and the preference is for as much of that exposed mechanical systems to be hidden as much as possible. The ironwork, please bring inspiration examples and precedents that you're looking at. And the current ironwork on the front especially is too ornate and needs to have some tied to some historic Spanish ironwork. The tile work in general is treated too planar, too planar of a fashion, and should end on I guess we say wall bump outs, or at a logical place where it was inset. It should be inset by way of wall jogs or niches. The awnings on the front there should be more awnings on the front. Well, the front needs to be restudied. Perhaps 3 awnings on the top, or 5 awnings on the front, including the French doors below. Landscaping. More landscaping needs to be included, especially in the parking lot area, and with the suggestion of trees, especially concerning the effect of the shadows that they'll cast on the building. Let's see. There was a comment about, and I think that this is part of that language struggle seen to the extreme, is next to the buttress, that existing thin plaster post that goes the 3 stories. And, you know, as plaster, which is what you have on the right, you have it done correctly, where you have this big, thick mass of plaster. The opposite is happening with that little skinny thing. So a post makes sense to have those proportions of very vertical with only a little bit of width. But plaster is implying like adobe or brick covered in plaster, some sort of a load-bearing masonry feel. And so it really, to span up that tall, it really wants to be super thick. So that's sort of the accentuation of your design challenge here, is brought up with this one piece, especially where you have this little skinny post of plaster going 3 stories up. So that post needs to be reworked and made to look more, have proper Spanish proportions. And then the wainscot is preferred to stay at one level unless there's a very compelling reason to change levels of the wainscot, and no expansion joints to be shown or to be detailed in that way as well is preferable. And if they must be done, then they should be done at the least visually impactful places. Let's see. I think those are all my notes that I got. Is there anything else that needs to be added?
Mr. Chair, this is Heidi Rydell. Does that include your comments as well?
My initial comments. Yeah. I think that covers the majority of them. I would just say I'll add one that just kind of blanket covers them, is that stylistically, the building needs to be more cohesive around one style, whether that's Monterey or Spanish colonial revival. And right now it's conflicted between the two.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lenvik? Oh, did I scare you away, Commissioner Lenvik? Commissioner House?
Well, since he disappeared momentarily, I really had a strong sense on that proposed southwest view where he has the tile, that it just kind of ended on a flat plane. But if you look at the floor above, and I've since looked at the floor plans, and there is a substantial return there. So that tile, if it went around the corner, would be then abutting a wall. And it does that at each end. So, if you just look at the second and third floor,
I see.
There's a wall return there. Though I still feel like it's just kind of floating in there, and whether or not on the left end it continued all the way to the inside corner at far left would be appropriate, or some other solution. But the way you spelled it out in the comments is not really what the reality is.
Gotcha.
So maybe my alternate.
Yeah. Maybe we say it just needs to be treated more as inset, because typically you see tile work as inset within the wall plane, like the plane recedes and then there's tile work within it. And so maybe that's the simplest way of saying it, because or maybe we just say more in a more traditional Spanish way of using wall, but it's just less specific in that way.
Could be an inset tile mural in the middle of that wall between the 2 doors and keep it simpler.
Yeah. So let's just say for that comment that it's to use the tile work as within insets within the wall. Okay, Ms. Plummer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to double check, since I don't believe it was brought up in the full comments, whether or not the HLC wants to give any comments about the supportability of the modification encroachment that's being requested, or if you would like, because you're requiring design changes, if you would like it to come back for an additional concept review at HLC before proceeding to the staff hearing officer for review. I didn't hear any comments specifically about working within the non-conforming setbacks. So just want to double check.
All right, Commissioner Howe?
Well, since we still haven't seen Mr. Lenvik again, I'd be happy to make a motion. And my feeling would be that I think we should see the next iteration of this again before we give comments to the staff hearing officer. So I would make a motion for an indefinite continuance with comments made.
Okay. Commissioner Lenvik?
Oh, he's back.
Oh,
I'll
you're
second,
muted, Commissioner
Mr.
Lenvik.
Chair.
Oh, wait, hold on. Commissioner Lenvik, you're muted.
No.
I saw him before I heard you, Commissioner Drury.
Thank you.
Okay,
I
Commissioner
hope-
Lenvik.
I seconded it unless someone else already has.
Okay.
I hope the secretary will be able to create clear minutes from your recitation of concerns. I think the most important one that I think needs to be left, the applicant needs to be left with, is that we want to see the existing Monterey style, such as it is, enhanced, taken advantage of, not lost among other details that are trying to be played with here. And I think that's really important that we leave him with that understanding. With regard to the encroachment, it is there. Not much we can do about it. He is attempting to make that elevation look better, as indicated in his proposed solution to that side of the building. And I think anything he does will be an improvement. I certainly want to see him make an effort to eliminate some of the tacked on mechanical stuff that has occurred over the years. Probably all of that stuff that's been tacked on and added onto has been done without benefit of permit. And I've asked staff already to find the original site plan drawings to see if the parking lot actually came in its currently denuded fashion, or originally approved in its currently denuded fashion, because I feel strongly that landscaping is necessary on this project as well. And I think if the city is giving something on encroachments, we certainly ought to get something in return. End of my second.
Okay.
Mr.
All
Chair,
right.
just to clarify, this is Heidi Rydell. Commissioner Lenvik's comment about wanting to see the existing Monterey style enhanced, I can add that as a comment if Vice Chair House would like to make that part of the motion, but it does seem at odds with your comment about making the style more cohesive to either Monterey or Spanish colonial. So I guess I just wanted to get some clarification on that.
Yeah, that's a good point. And I would say that I was leaving it more open probably than I should have, because to go away from the Monterey with this thing, with this, the way it is, the way it exists, to go towards a full Spanish colonial revival would be a much more expensive endeavor to work that whole, all these elevations with all their balconies and everything. So I would agree with Commissioner Lenvik's push towards the Monterey as the main style, because I think the other one's going to be cost prohibitive for the applicant.
Okay, it's that Vice Chair House, are you all right with that?
The maker
change
of the
to that
motion
comment?
is fine with that. And I would say in regards to an earlier comment by our wonderful Assistant City Attorney, as far as making very clear motions, I think at this preliminary, this conceptual stage, you know, we've given an indication to the applicant where what we're after. So short of having the motion read back to us, which, you know, we already know that Ms. Rydell studies the tape and cleans up our language. So, you know, she needs to do that first before we could review it and make sure it's absolutely correct. So I'm not concerned about needing to get ultra precise on each of these comments.
All right. Okay, so with that, we have a motion and a second under discussion. Any discussion? All right, in that case, we'll do a roll call vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I will take the roll call vote now. Vice Chair House.
I get to go first. Yes.
Commissioner Jury.
Commissioner Drury, we can't hear you.
Commissioner Drury, if you don't mind unmuting yourself.
No, somebody muted me. I'm, yes,
Someone did mute you. I won't take responsibility for that. I think we were picking up some background noise. Sorry.
Yes.
Commissioner Mahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli.
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik.
Yes.
Commissioner Vena.
Yes.
Chair Grumbine.
Yes.
That is unanimous. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, well, we are on to next item, which is, are we item 4 now? Yeah, item 4, 710 through 720 State Street, 15 through 19 East Ortega Street. This is a new item for concept review. This project site is adjacent to the designated city landmark, the Daily News, constructed in 1922 by George Washington Smith, and contains 2 buildings in the city's list of potential historic resources. 714 State Street, reconstructed in 1925 by noted architects Roland Sauter and Keith Lockard, and 718 State Street, reconstructed in 1925 by Sewell Murphy and Hastings. Proposal to merge the properties at 710 to 720 State Street and 15 to 19 East Ortega Street to create a 30,000 square foot lot. The proposed development involves demolition of the commercial building at 710 State Street and 519 East Ortega Street, and construction of a new approximately 39,000 square foot 3- and 4-story mixed-use building with a maximum height of 48 feet. The new building will be comprised of 2,000 square feet of commercial space, 2,300 square feet of commercial space, and 36 rental units, 7 studios, 17 one-bedrooms, 8 two-bedrooms, 4 three-bedrooms, averaging 711 square foot per unit using the city's average unit size density incentive program. The proposal includes a new ground floor parking garage consisting of 16 parking spaces, 15 residential, 1 commercial, trash enclosure, transformer, and bicycle parking. Planning Commission review is required for the community benefit project exemptions to height limitations, a parking modification, an open yard modification, and a lot area modification for additional density. This is for concept review. No final appealable decision will be made at this hearing. All right. So welcome.
Thank you.
So do we have staff comments first?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to introduce Kelly Broadison. She is the case planner for the project and likely has some introductory comments.
Good afternoon, commissioners. This is Kelly Broadison. I apologize, I don't have a webcam available right now. Just to give you a quick overview of this project, it is being reviewed under the current applicable average unit density program, and therefore will require that a minimum of at least 10% of the units will be offered at a moderate income under the city's inclusionary housing requirements. Under the current regulations, the project will require a parking mod to allow less than the required number of parking spaces, an open yard mod to allow less than the required amount of open yard area, although the applicant is still working through that. The applicant will be requesting height findings from the Planning Commission to construct a building taller than the currently allowed 45 feet, and a lot area modification and consistency with the state density bonus law would be required for the proposed density as currently designed. Under state density bonus law, the applicant is applying for additional density above what is allowed by the state law, and this will require that a larger percentage of the units will be offered at a low income level. It may also allow for a deviation from the city's parking and open yard standards, which will modifications would not be required if they qualify for state density bonus. And under potential future standards, the City Council, as you know, is considering revising the AUD program to allow high density and priority housing overlay density on State Street. If the ordinance is changed, the project may not need modifications or compliance with state density bonus law, because the ordinance may change to allow for a higher density, less parking, and less open yard and taller buildings without PC approval for height. So this project is before the HLC for a conceptual review today, and a formal application has not yet been submitted. The applicant has options with regard to the path which they may want to pursue when they submit a formal development application. And the HLC comments will help inform that decision. And for your information, the findings that the Planning Commission needs to make, I can list them out if you want. They have to do with height and architecture and design, livability. So if and when you're ready for me to list those findings, I'm happy to do so. And I'm also here for any other questions.
Okay. And actually, why don't we just dive in? Why don't you list them off now, just so we have them in our minds as we go forward?
Okay. So per 30.140.100 of the municipal code, exceptions to height limitations, community benefit and community benefit housing projects in the appropriate zones up to 60 feet in height may be allowed for projects that qualify as community benefit project or community benefit housing in accordance with the following. So the required findings are that the applicant has adequately demonstrated a need for the project to exceed 45 feet in height that is related to the project's benefit to the community or due to site constraints or in order to achieve desired architectural qualities, that the project will be exemplary in its design. If the project includes residential units, the project will provide amenities to its residents, which ensure the livability of the project with particular attention to good interior design features such as the amount of light and air and ceiling plate heights. The project will also be sensitive in context and will complement the setting and the character of the neighboring properties with sensitivity to any adjacent federal, state, and city landmarks or any nearby designated historic resources, including city designated structures of merit. So the procedure is, prior to the Planning Commission considering an application for a height exception, the project shall receive conceptual design for review by the appropriate design board. So that's why we're here today.
Okay. Great. All right. So, Ms. Hernandez, did you have anything to add to that? Oh, I think you're muted.
Okay.
Oh, there you
I wanted to clarify, I did supply you all with a memo with a map showing the surrounded identified historic resources. Those are in blue are on the potential historic resources list. The orange are structures of merit and the purple is the landmarks. And I just attached the staff reports for each describing why they're significant for your consideration as to compatibility. None of these are proposed for demolition. These are adjacent to the historic resources or adjacent to the project. The press room was surveyed in 1978, 80, I believe, and I sent you the survey form. It was not identified and put on the potential list at that time. And I have not done a formal analysis of it. It does look like the front has been altered a bit, but you have, I think at this hearing, should decide as a commission if you want a structures report to evaluate the demolition of that. You should also, just to remind you, if it is found significant in the report, it will require an EIR to demolish it. So, and so maybe that might be something the applicant wants to say, they want to incorporate it into their design, but those are some of the issues with the press room building because it has not been formally evaluated. And if you have any other questions on that, the historic sensitivity around there, I'm happy to respond.
Mr.
Great,
Chair.
thank you. Yes, Commissioner Drury.
Chair, Mr. Hernandez, the building, the tall building that's between the press room and that historic structure on the corner of Ortega and Anacapa, I think it was NS Ceramics for a while. What is that?
Well, that's just part of the parcel, the George Washington Smith News Press building. It's all one parcel.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, and so we
Okay.
can only identify the landmarks by the whole parcel. Like
Okay.
it's just so complicated because we're using GIS layers, so they color the parcel.
Okay.
So the building, the George Washington Smith building is the landmark.
Right.
And that's just an extension that was added. And I believe we excluded that from the landmark designation, but it's part of that parcel, which is why it's colored.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Great. Okay. All right. So with that, unless there's any other comments from staff, why don't we kick right in? Please introduce yourself and your project.
Okay. Thanks very much for having us. My name is Kevin Moore. I'm the architect for the ownership of these parcels, and we're excited to show you what we've come up with. As we all know, to be successful, State Street needs to change, especially in this current reality. There's far too much retail square footage, and there's not enough housing in the downtown core to truly create a real and self-sustaining, vibrant downtown. We believe our project is a step in the right direction and will also contribute to the qualities and romance of the city that we love. Kelly did a good job of covering some of the nitty-gritty planning notes. So I won't go back over that. We can get straight into the design. So if we could flip to sheet 3 of the PDF. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. This is an aerial photo that shows the parcels that are being proposed to be combined. And that's at the north end, that's 720 State Street, and then runs down to 710 State Street, and then doglegs back, and then down to the parking lot, and then 15 East Ortega Street there as well. So those would all be combined, and that results in a roughly 30,000 square foot lot. And we can then flip to the next page. Just run through the photos quickly. I'm hoping that everybody's pretty familiar with this intersection and location in Santa Barbara. So photo number 5 on the right-hand side there in the middle shows the front of the existing Restoration Hardware building, and then the adjacent buildings to the left, then above that, photo number 4 shows buildings to the south of our parcels that are not a part of the project, and that continues all the way down to the corner of Ortega and State. At the bottom, photo number 6 shows the continuation of the parcels that are part of this project. So all the way up there towards the Paseo that would lead into the park beyond. And then on the East Ortega side, you can see photo number 1. That's the building Mr. Drury was referring to. NS Ceramics does occupy the ground floor, and it functions in the rest of that portion functions in some way for the news press. And then photo number 2, you can see the remainder of the parking lot that's proposed to be redeveloped, and the 2-story office building that's tucked back in the back corner there would also be demolished. And then the single-story press room building as well. And then photo number 3 is taken closer to the intersection of Ortega and State Street to give you some more context. Okay, the next sheet, please. And then just additional context views showing what's across the street along in the upper series of photos along East Ortega. You can see directly across the street is the city parking garage, roughly 3 stories. And that the parapet, the main parapet, is roughly the same height as the news press building behind us. And then to the right of that, photo number 13, you can see a little glimpse of that sort of unofficial paseo that goes between Dargan's and the building on the corner there. Yeah, right there. And then if on the State Street, photo number 14, the former Macy's location, and directly across the street is view shown in photo 15. And then just a view looking up State Street from in front of the project, give you some more context. And then below that, you've got views of at the corner, looking both ways up State Street and Ortega. And then 18, a view down State Street towards the parcels. Blenders is just visible there on the left side, yeah, right there. Okay, next slide. And then just some typical details in the area that we're planning on incorporating into the design. You know, ironwork, eave details, tile details, balcony details, lighting, awnings, things like that. Recessed openings. So typical high quality El Pueblo Viejo detailing is what we expect to provide. Okay, next slide. Go to the next. And then we have a series of surveys. We don't really need to get into that too much. Just shows the parcels and some dimensions. So we can skip forward probably to page 12. Oh, I'm sorry, page 11. It's slowly loading. On my end, it doesn't seem to be up. There it goes. All right. So this is the existing site plan and demolition plan. So you can see that at least on our site, the 2 buildings that are on the potential structure of merit list, 718 State Street and 714 State Street, are not going to be impacted. They're not a part of this project. It's really the building, the structure at 710 State Street, 19 East Ortega, which is at the back of that parking lot, and then 15 East Ortega that would be removed in preparation for this proposed project. And as Nicole mentioned, 15 East Ortega was surveyed in 1978 by the city and described as uninteresting and undistinguished. And there's been several exterior alterations over the years to that building. In working with the owners on this design, we discussed the other buildings on the site, and the buildings 720 through 714 State Street are actually what they consider to be an ideal size for leasing, or a leasable size for retail and restaurants. They're small enough that they are relatively affordable. So what we find obviously is that the larger buildings along State Street are really unaffordable rent-wise and difficult for tenants to deal with. So we're preserving those buildings, and by tying these lots together, we're essentially preserving those buildings for some time. So we can go on to the next slide.
And pardon my interruption, I think we're having some difficulties with loading the next, with loading the presentation. So if you can just give us a minute and we'll have that back up. I'm so sorry about the interruption.
Okay.
No problem. Do you play any musical instruments? Can you like do a little interlude?
I'm learning the ukulele, so that might be painful.
Yeah, no, I think we'll hold off on that.
Yeah, I would take it.
Well, let's just all meet at the press room. Where I've never been.
Okay. All right, so here's our proposed landscape, hardscape / site plan.
Oh.
And if you've been to Seville or Sevilla or any Spanish city that has some age to it, you'll be familiar with the experience of walking down one of their major streets and having large commercial spaces on the ground floor with apartments above, several levels of apartments, 3, 4, 5 stories of apartments above. And as you turn off those main streets and go down some of the more narrow residential streets, that there's a bit of a change. The lower level plate height drops to be a more residential scale. And typically you have a single entry with a stair running up interior that services 3 or 4 levels of apartments above. And those streets are incredibly charming, and obviously were part of the genesis of Santa Barbara and the rebirth of Santa Barbara. So we took that as a starting point for our design. And what we were looking to do is to create a street that appears to have been built over time by different owners, building by building, with variations in design and details that are drawn from Santa Barbara. And we would create a new paseo in the tradition of Santa Barbara that would visually link the existing paseo in Paseo Nuevo, which is across State Street, visually, not physically. Obviously, we don't want people running across the street. And then that would continue from the State Street side down the parcel and then turn south and visually link up with the paseo adjacent to Dargan's. And just a couple of words about the layout. We were anticipating a small restaurant at the State Street side, so we would have a generous setback of 20 feet to allow for a patio, outdoor patio, and that seating may spill out into the paseo as well. That might be a charming appearance. And as you move back through that paseo, you would encounter a small courtyard with a fountain in the center, and to the south, where maybe there's a small coffee vendor that you could that the public could visit, and then to the north of that fountain, there's the possibility of a commercial space, office, small retail space there. And then from that point on, you would kind of enter more of a residential feel. So there would be doors to apartments on the ground floor, windows, and lots of landscaping to to create shade, and you would be able to walk through there and then continue down to Ortega Street and out the other side. Let's see, we can go to the next sheet. This is a little bit more of the hardline version. So you can see Paseo Nuevo, that walkway lines up with this parcel and our new Paseo, and then to below it roughly lines with the Paseo by Dargan's. And in this view, we're seeing the parking layout. So what we want to avoid is creating a dead zone or a dead elevation where you just have a podium and a blank wall with no windows or anything like that, because it's all parking. So we've gone to great lengths to try and lay this out so that the parking is hidden, and that somebody walking by would just have a 40 feet or so of space along that elevation that's dedicated to a podium, and then you would be walking by the apartments after that. I think it's important to note that there are existing commercial loading zones along State Street. So that pull out along State Street right in front of our project there, that curb is yellow and is a dedicated commercial loading zone. And then along Ortega Street, there's several yellow curb sections as well. So I think the restaurant and any commercial uses could be serviced pretty easily that way. Okay, and then we've accounted, or we've made room for a new electrical transformer within the building that's down in the lower right. And try and disguise that as much as we can. And then we can move on to the next slide, and that just shows more about the floor plan. Let me get that advanced. So you can see the restaurant up front, potential office space, coffee in that little courtyard area. And then you get back into the residential area with a variety of unit sizes and layouts. You can continue up a level. So this is the second level. We're above the parking at this point. And you're cutting through the upper ceiling area of the office and the restaurant use. So we have you would access the top of the podium and circulate to your unit via walkways, and there possibility of some private patios up there as well. And we would definitely be looking to add additional landscaping, whether it's built-in planters or pots to those common spaces. Continue up another level. So this is the third floor, and on the State Street elevation, there'd be a nice balcony with a smaller arcade for a little sun shading options. And then we can go up another level. This is the fourth floor, and you can see how the massing is stepping back from State Street and Ortega Street on each side pretty dramatically. So the building would present itself as a tall 2-story building on State Street and a 3-story building on Ortega Street. And we can continue forward to roof plan. This is just diagrammatic at this point. We're trying to demarcate areas that would be used for mechanical equipment, solar panels, and things like that. So we have a variety of tiled roof area and some parapet area as well. And then continue one more slide. This slide is just to give everybody a better idea of the context of what's in the area. So you can see, you know, if Mr. Bolton can point out our site. There you go. Yep. That's kind of the L-shaped site there. And the News Press building behind that. And across the street, across Ortega Street, you can see the parking garage with 1, 2, 3 whole cars parked on the roof. And then across State Street, you can see the Macy's building and Paseo Nuevo, and then the Balboa building, which is a tall white structure there on the left. Okay, and then if you scroll down, we had our surveyors shoot the elevations of the surrounding buildings so we could create a accurate depiction of the context with our rough schematic model in there. And this just gives you a better idea of how it fits in the context and the general massing. Okay, we can move on. And since we don't have the benefit of being in the Gebhardt room and we can't see these photos that are on the wall, we reproduce these and at scale to match our proposed elevations, just to give us a comparison of what the 1920s vision of what State Street could become versus what we're proposing. And you can see that in general, the massing is quite similar. We've tried to pull from these drawings and glean a lot of direction for detailing and fenestration, as well as varying the roof lines as well. We can continue forward and we'll get to the elevation sheet. Okay.
Mr. Chair? Oh, I can't
Sorry,
hear.
Commissioner Dre?
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Moore, could you go back to that computer drawing of the elevation looking down on the corner of State Street and you know where your project is? It was a line drawing.
Yes.
Possible?
There it is.
Is this the one you're looking for, Commissioner Dre?
Yes. Let me just. Oh, I see. Okay, that's pretty illustrative. All right, thank you very much.
Okay.
All right.
Jump back to the elevations. Sorry if I'm going too fast. I want to make sure we have time.
No, it's good. No, you're good clip here.
Okay, so on the top, elevation number 1, you're seeing the State Street elevation, and our project is obviously the more colored portion, and then the existing buildings to the left and right. And you can see the paseo that we're hoping to create down this side with some people walking through there. And then over to the left, just a bit of scale and context. You can see the building at 718 State Street, I believe, the 2-story building. We're roughly going to be the same height along, or at least what's visible from State Street, along that front elevation there. And then in the background, you can see another line, and that's the parapet of the News Press building beyond. So it's up there pretty high. And this is just a good opportunity to show that, you know, for the most part, the 3 levels of this project are going to be below that parapet height, and the small portion that has 4 stories, you know, a portion of that massing would extend beyond that parapet height. Okay, if we can scroll down a little bit there to, why don't we go all the way to the bottom of the sheet and talk about main paseo. Scooch it over so we can get the whole thing in there. Zoom out a touch so we can get the whole thing in there. So you can see, if you can scooch it over to the right a little bit more, so you can see the street. There we go. So you have, on the left there, we have State Street and the existing parkway, sidewalk, and then you can see the dimension of 20 feet would be, the building would be set back 20 feet, and the buildings beyond are in gray there, just to give you a sense of scale. And, you know, as I tried to describe, that we want this to appear that has been built over time, and that these buildings are done by different owners potentially with different stylistic interests. So, and that they maybe have had some alterations done over time. So maybe a window was added here or there that's a little different than the others. So you can see that the front building is very much, or the front two buildings are very much a typical, not typical, but a classic Santa Barbara style with chunky walls, deep recessed openings, and very traditional Santa Barbara detailing. And then the other buildings, as you go back, have a slightly different quality to them that you might find in those original 1920s drawings in the Gebhardt room. And that continues around and to the west elevation above that, which is elevation number 4 there. Scroll down a little. There we go. You can see that, you know, there's opportunity to add some poetry and some romance with some of these design elements and the landscaping and the variety of detailing. We're trying to break up the massing of this building and take away any repetition that you might see between these buildings. And we're doing that fairly simply with variations in some horizontal banding details that might make some of the floor plates look like they're even at different heights. So, and then as we move towards the Ortega Street side, you can see that we're set back about 10 feet from the property line, and you can see the News Press building beyond in hatched in gray there. And if we go to the Ortega elevation, which is number 3, I believe, to the right. There we go. You can see the paseo there to the left, the person walking with groceries. In the lower left corner. And that would take you into the project. And you have a 3-story volume here on this adjacent the street. You then, to the right, you would have the garage entrance. It would be a private garage, so there would be a nice, probably a wood door that would cover that up. And then to the right of that, we have the massing that would be covering the transformer. And you have the existing, to the right of that, you have the existing neighboring structure of the News Press building there. Okay, if we can zoom back out. Those are the elevations. And if we go one sheet forward, we have a couple of schematic sections here just to discuss floor-to-floor heights. We're shooting for a 10-foot floor-to-floor, which will result in almost a 9-foot ceiling in the residential spaces above the ground floor, which we think is sufficient for what we're trying to accomplish here. It keeps the project from growing too much in height and still would allow for nice size windows and lots of light within the space. So those are the sections. And then we also supplied a PDF of supplemental views, which I think we could go to now. That we can walk around the project with.
So I think that's an indication, part of my interruption, that we had another technical issue with loading the slides. Thank you, Timmy.
Here it is.
Thanks.
Okay, so what we did, we created some 3D views of our, schematic model. The colored elevations that we saw take precedent. Some of that detailing, obviously, it's too early to get into this model, so it may look a little bit different, but it is accurate as far as the heights and plan dimensions. So here we are. We're walking up State Street, and we're on the west side, and we're approaching the intersection of State and Ortega. You can see the existing building on the corner, and you can see our proposed development just above that, peeking out above that. And if you advance one slide, a little bit closer, keep going. Here we are at the intersection of Ortega and State. You can start to see more of the project and you can see how it's stepped back from the existing facades surrounding it. And you can't really see at this point the building across the street on Ortega is cutting off the view of the rest of the project at this point. So go ahead and advance one more. Here we are across the street now. Continue. A little bit further. Yep, continue. Here we are looking down that new Paseo, so to speak. And from the photos earlier in the PDF, we're not showing all of the landscaping and trees that are out front in the parkway along State Street, and we're not showing, in an effort to give you as much information as possible, we're not showing the trees that would be planted in the Paseo and the rest of the development. So keep going. Moving past it, keep going. Keep going. And there it is as if you were walking down State Street. So then the next slide should show Ortega Street. So here, similar idea, we're walking down Ortega Street towards State Street. So you've got the parking garage on the left, the News Press building on the right. And you can see a little bit of our building there just past that News Press building. Okay, go ahead and advance through those. Going.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to keep, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Drew.
I'm sorry to keep doing this, but that look down Ortega Street, just to make sure I orient myself properly. That mask behind the corner is Macy's, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Formerly known as.
Formerly known as Macy's, yeah. So in closing, we hope that you agree that this is an artful and thoughtful proposal and solution to the critical housing need that our city requires. And we're hopeful at the same time, by providing housing, we're going to bring life and energy to the downtown. And that concludes our presentation.
Great, thank you. All right, so now we'll open public comment for this item.
Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Drew?
Before we do, I'd like to make a statement. evidently my off-the-cuff statement to Mr. Moore was taken by some attendees as a hurtful one concerning the press room. I think I like the idea of the press room as much as the building, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. All right. Thank you for the note. And then let's go to public comment. Ellen, can you tell us how many does it look like we're having? And
yeah, so let me just make a quick announcement. If you wish to speak on this particular item, could you please raise your hand using the hand icon, and that will indicate to me that you wish to speak. Right now, I have a total of 4 hands raised. That might, we have quite a few people who are attending. So there might be more that raise their hand, but I can go ahead and call on Anna Marie Gott. If you wish to speak, could you please unmute yourself? Actually, Ms. Gott, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Actually, just before we start opening it up, I just want to just make a quick few notes because we might have a lot of people. So we'll try to please keep your comments to 2 minutes, and we'll try to keep a tight run on that just for everyone's sake. And as well, please, if you agree with someone else's comments, just indicate so, and that way we don't have to have a long extension of time. I don't have to cut off people in the end that might want to speak because there might be a large group. So, all right.
Okay, so it looks like, pardon my pause, we had one member who's Anna Marie Gott. I just sent you an audio pin that you have to enter before you can call in. I'm going to move on to Darcy Roberts. I just unmuted you, Darcy Roberts. Your audio is live, so you have 2 minutes to speak when you're ready.
Hi, Darcy Roberts. I'm a longtime member of this community, and I work in town, several different jobs, and I've been here for a long time. And as far as it tearing down a really viable business in town that I think has had a lot of historical significance in this town, I do want to point out that the Raffertys came here in '94 and opened this business. So they're, brought a real social and accepting place to the downtown area in a time where we're really, I think, lacking a lot of community space. And I do just want to say that I feel like if we give it some thought, the building itself, it's a piece of Santa Barbara history, and we do, I feel like, keep having to kind of take down those parts to move on for progress, which I understand. But I also think that it should be important to note just the community space that it is. And I hope that because it's a bar, that it gets the same amount of consideration that maybe if it was a restaurant or a different kind of event space, just because they really do give back to the community, immigrants to the country, been here for 25 years, the press room has been. And I think that they really do make a spot for locals and then for tourists alike that really make this town special. That's all. Thank you so much. I see my time.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and then the next person that I will call on is John Campanella. All right, Mr. Campanella, if you can unmute yourself using the microphone icon on your GoToWebinar control panel. It looks like a little microphone. There you go. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Hi,
John Camp. Oh, there we go. Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. John Campanella, former planning commissioner. I also served with a number of people in the room on the Objective Design Standard Group, which is now proceeding through public comment. And I just wanted to point out that I see a lot of similarity on what's in proposed relative to the conversion of El Pueblo Viejo guidelines into actual standards. And I would hope that the members that sat with me on that group picked that up as well. And so I wanted to point that out. Also, to get projects on State Street, we're going to have to be creative.
And I think the more creative we can get, there may be modifications, et cetera, but I think the results really have to dictate, have we achieved the goals? And a number of small buildings with 0 lot lines on state are not going to produce the housing. You may get a couple of units in the front, a couple of units in the back. It's fairly well confined. But the ability that this project has to create paseos really shows the potential of opening windows onto private space, but also space that opens up to the public, rather than just trying to confine units to the physical structure that's there. So I want to make those comments and hope you consider both the potential for new development downtown and the objective design standards that we're promoting in reviewing this project. Thank you.
Great, thank you, John.
Okay, and then I next have Joseph Crosby. There are 2 Joseph Crosbys on, but Joseph Crosby, if you could please unmute yourself. There you go. And you can go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Hi, thank you very much, council members. I would like to point out that the building itself, though it may not be in a style that's similar to a lot of downtown Santa Barbara, the building itself has been there a very long time and represents some very successful businesses, which I think is exactly what Santa Barbara needs right now. Santa Barbara local built businesses that are successful, showing that they can continue to do business no matter what has come about with world pandemics, riots, everything. They're still there and doing business, and to interrupt that would be a blight on what I feel this project is attempting to communicate, that we need to reinvigorate downtown Santa Barbara. I think it would be a step way back in the wrong direction. And I've grown up here. I'm born and raised here. I've seen that building here my entire life. I've been driving down that street with my grandmother, appreciating all the trees and buildings there my whole life. And to take out one business that has been there consistently for over 25 years, a building that has been here since only about 30 years from the time our own city was first incorporated, it's astounding to me that this building itself is being considered for demolition. I really hope that this is not taken seriously, this proposal is not taken seriously with that step included. I hope that another proposal can be brought forth and considered. It would be a terrible blight on our community if this happened. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next I have Anna Marie Gott. I am unmuting you, and it looks like your microphone is live if you have, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, commissioners. On Tuesday morning at 9 a.m., the City Council had a meeting with the public, with the Community Development Department regarding their budget. Throughout the meeting, they talked about process, making things predictable, transparency, and above all, predictability. They wanted everyone to be treated fairly. This process right now has been completely circumvented. The applicant submitted a letter asking about state bonus density in the AUD project, high density for the downtown core. We have not passed that ordinance, yet the staff is saying that they're going to go ahead and process this. I'd like you to write a letter to City Council and ask them if you were supposed to be processing developments when the projects do not meet city ordinances. And that is not just the ordinance that it does not meet. You should have received an email from a woman who owns a property called the Gates Building on Anacapa. Her name is Pam Bower. And her letter specifically calls out a new requirement among other numerous issues with the project. AUD section 30.150.150 regarding processing waivers. This project does not even meet those guidelines, which requires documentation if you're going to decrease parking or make any waivers or reductions for AUD units. This is being proposed at 63 units an acre. It's not zoned for it, and this project should not even be reviewed today. PRT has not even been reviewed again with the new design file. So I would urge you to please move forward with sending this back, having it meet the ordinance standards, because if you don't,
Ms. Scott, you got to wrap
the
up.
vested rights will be given in show. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And then I only have one other person who's raised their hand, but so I'm just going to ask members of the public again, if they wish to speak on this item, to please raise your hand. It looks like I have two more. It looks like a couple more people. So I have, Mr. Chair, I have 3 hands raised at this time. I'm going to call on Mr. Richard Clausen. I've just unmuted you, and your microphone is live when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 5 comments on the project. First of all, I like the detail and the effort proposed to make a huge building attractive among smaller scale neighbor structures. Secondly, much of the building has nice variety and window treatments. So I was disappointed though to wrap around and see the south elevation shown on page A 3.05. The portion there with the parapet roof line lacks the visual interest seen elsewhere and from other views. Something might be done to improve the monotony of the 4th floor heights along that elevation from Ortega Street that you see from Ortega Street. And by way of reference, the George Washington Smith colored sketch shows no four floor heights on its streetscape. Third, on several sheets is a vague outline of the rear elevator tower. I couldn't find reference to its height. It's near to the news press tower that has a hipped and tiled roof, and it would be nice for the project tower to have a similar roof treatment. Fourth, I appreciate the intent of the Paseo, although it misses the mark for me. It seems cramped and uninviting at State Street at that entrance, and it loses any prior romance as it rings around the adjacent open parking lot. It could use more attention to visual appeal in future iterations. And finally, the applicant has included images of Paseo Nuevo as an effort to show nearby large structures. I'll read from Santa Barbara's Historic Resources element, specifically HR 2.2, and I quote, "Review bodies shall not consider other incompatible development as a justification for additional potentially incompatible development," end quote. I believe this project is seriously close to being labeled incompatible development due to its height. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I currently have 3 more hands. I'm going to call on Nicole Miller. I've just unmuted you. Nicole Miller, you have to unmute yourself using the microphone icon on your GoToWebinar control. There you go. We can hear you now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, it sounds like, I don't know if you're watching this on TV. Can you turn the volume down in the background? We're picking up a lot of.
Yeah, it's down. Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about that. Hi, I'm Nicole Miller. I want to thank the commission for hearing everybody out on this topic. I also, I'm part of a group of about to hit 10,000 people that have signed a petition, which I believe was forwarded to your commission, that opposed this project for a few different reasons. I do believe that especially the press room building was built in the late 1800s, which I know a building right down the street, Paradise Cafe, was also considered a historic building, and it was built much later from what I understand. I do not have a date at the moment. I do believe the press room building itself at 15 East Ortega should be looked into as a historical building and be preserved. I also believe, in agreement with Joe Crosby, that particular location does provide a sense of community to Santa Barbara, and it's very accepting, and it's been around for 25 years, which is one of the longer restaurant and or bars that have been in town. And I also wanted to voice my concern that in terms of the housing in this project, I haven't seen anything in regards to affordable housing or housing directed for downtown employees. You know, there's a lot of people that work downtown that it would be nice in terms of commuting, where that they would be able to live downtown if that project were to go forward, which once again, I'm opposed to. I also think you all realize that the building across the street from this project, Macy's, has yet to be occupied after being empty for a couple of years. Nordstrom itself, which is on the same block, or maybe a block down, is also going to be empty, along with the Verizon building on the same corner. I don't see those buildings filling up anytime soon, so I don't see the sense in a new project. Thank you for your time.
Okay,
All
Mr.
right,
Chair.
thank you.
3 more hands. I'm going to call on Sarah Bain. I am just unmuted you, and your microphone's live whenever you're ready, Sarah Bain.
All right, thank you so much for hearing me out. I echo the sentiments of those who have commented before me. The Raffertys, who I've known for over 15 years, have managed to stay in Santa Barbara at a time when businesses are fleeing State Street left and right. As Nicole mentioned, the Macy's building is open and Nordstrom is going to be open as well as the Verizon building. I also want to mention that, it's incredible poor taste to joke about meeting at a place that you are proposing to tear down. We listened to 30 minutes of banter about a termite-ruined flagpole. I implore you to give as much consideration and care that you gave that flagpole to the press room, and thousands of us are watching.
All right, thank you.
And next, I will call on Travis Vassallo. Travis, I've just unmuted you. Whenever you're ready, you have 2 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, thank you, Chair Grumbine and the rest of the commission. I wanted to let everybody else go first. I've actually put together this petition. I just want to touch on a couple things, both physical, historically, and cultural, and how it applies to the 15 East Ortega spot. I got a petition that, as of now, has 9,398 supporters that do not want to see this project move forward. This started about 5 days ago. If you're counting the population of Santa Barbara at 91,000, after 5 days, this represents 10% of the population does not want this project. Additionally, just to kind of cover what everybody else had said previously, I believe this building, the press room at 15 East Ortega, was built in the late 1890s. I saw a picture of it. It actually survived 2 earthquakes. It used to be a plumber and a tinning store back in, I believe, 1925. So it definitely has some historical landmark reference, which I believe it should be looked into. Additionally, on just a community and cultural side, the press room business has been around for over 25 years and has been a community gathering place quite literally for people from every country. They've hosted numerous events, including FIFA World Cup events, as well as hosting nonprofits and charity organizations to quite literally bring every single person in this community together. And I think to destroy that would put a giant hole in the heart of Santa Barbara, especially at a time right now when many of us hardly have any heart left to give, considering everything else that's going on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I next have Bryson Smith. If Bryson, I've just unmuted you. Bryson, you have to unmute yourself using, there you go.
Hey, I think I'm unmuted. Hey, am I good to go?
Okay, yep.
Cool. Hi, I'm Bryson Smith, a long-term Santa Barbara resident, and just wanted to add a couple comments to the record. First off, I think Travis just brought up how many people have signed a petition requesting the county not move forward with this project. I think 1/10 of the population in less than a week speaks volumes about the cultural, the societal, and just community value of the press room, which is located at 15 East Ortega. And I think that for the county to move forward with a development project that would destroy a viable business that's been around for over 25 years, when we already have vacancies everywhere, is craven and irresponsible development. That's not going to revitalize downtown. And the press room won't be the only business affected. The construction alone from this is going to disrupt State Street for years. And I think it's just the wrong step for the county to be taking development like this. And further, it seems that the historical significance of this building hasn't been studied in any meaningful way. But the building's been around since the 1890s. And I think before anything happens, a further, more in-depth review of the building should be conducted. And that's pretty much it. I really hope to see some more serious thought from the county because quite a lot of people are watching here. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to call on Mr. Fred Sweeney. I saw that a hand was raised. Mr. Sweeney, your audio is live. Did you wish to speak on this item?
Yes, ma'am. And I've had a problem on the last several meetings getting your attention. Something's not working on my computer. But thank you.
Yeah.
Use my 2 minutes to cover 3 points. One is if you could all look at that aerial drawing of the project, that will clearly show what you're going to be up against as an HLC where you don't have all the tools in place to deal with what happens in the future to the 3 buildings at the corner of Ortega and State Street, and including the parking lot behind those buildings adjacent to this project. Because that's what form-based planning and form-based zoning would do in order for you to figure out how this new project, which I'm actually very excited about, will fit in within that block. So this block by block study, as Mr. Gumbine has already proposed, really needs to be taken seriously, and it's not a tool you all have at the moment to work in there. The paseo that's being proposed, if we start to close State Street down and reconsider how we use State Street, then the mid-block paseos need to be rethought. Right now, you have to take your life in your own hands when you cross the mid-block paseos that start all the way up at Sola Street. So the introduction of the continuation of this paseo is really important. So as we close State Street, HLC needs to look at those cross points. And then finally, I'm sad that we lost our pink building at the corner of Anacapa and Ortega. So maybe we can get a little pink back in this building. And now everything has to be white. And so I would do to that. And then with regards to the classroom, maybe there's a way to move it. Maybe there's a way to incorporate it into this project without losing the essence of that important business. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, there's no room for pink in this city.
And I would just like to ask Timmy, could you go back to the how to make a public comment? Again, we had a few people join us as we were moving through public comment. If I don't see anyone else, but I want to give you a last chance to raise your hand if you wish to speak on this item by clicking on the hand icon, which will indicate to me that you wish to speak. And I do not see anyone else who's raised their hand, Mr. Chair.
All right. Great. Thank you. Oh, Ms. Plummer?
Mr. Chair, I would just ask that you acknowledge the written correspondence that has been received by the commission. We received about 20 email letters of correspondence since last week. So if you could acknowledge that for the record.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Let them be acknowledged. Okay. All right. And let's see, I think that's it for public comment then. So let's close public comment and back to the commission for questions. And we'll try to be succinct as it is getting late, and we still do need to do one last check on public comment after this for the first beginning item of general public comment on items that were not on this agenda. So with that in mind, Commissioner House, want to kick us off with some questions?
Mr. Chair, yes, I would like to get some clarity on what level of affordability might be included in this project. The case planner mentioned 10% moderate and then mentioned also some at a low income level. So what are the project owner's intentions for this in terms of affordability?
Okay. The city of Santa Barbara has their inclusionary ordinance, which requires a 10% of the units in the project be set aside for, I believe it's moderate income And the project currently with state density bonus would utilize those units to allow for greater densities on the site. So right now there's a minimum of 10%. So that's 4 units of affordable housing within the 36 units.
Okay.
And Commissioner House, maybe if we can also get the planner to weigh in on, because it seems like you're going into the sort of the questions of complexity that I agree with. I have similar ones as well. But in terms of the affordability, in terms of what it's qualifying for, state versus AUD, and sort of how it's all playing out in terms of the numbers. Is that where you're kind of going with some of this questioning?
Yeah, but I would also like to ask the applicant whether or not it's a possibility that you would include more affordable housing than you are absolutely required to.
Okay.
Well, obviously there's a balance that has to be struck between affordability and viability of these projects. So we would be pursuing this project under the rules that apply.
Okay, and I know that it's probably up to the owners to answer that question, not you, the architect, but I thought I'd ask.
And then Mr. Chair, and then to Commissioner House. I know that the case planner is online, but I don't see her microphone on, so I'm not sure if she's able to provide information on that at this time. What I can say is this is the first conceptual level review, and likely as this continues through the process, we will be providing memos and additional information about what they're applying for, what levels of affordability, things like that. I believe her microphone might have just turned on, so I'll see if she wants to respond.
Yes, I'm here. Chair Grumbine, this is Kelly Brodesson. So I was interrupted by a coworker. I'm sitting in my office right now. I was interrupted by a coworker, so I don't know if I clearly heard your question. I apologize.
Just trying to get more clarity on how much affordable inclusion there would be. And you said earlier there would be 10% moderate, which I guess is a requirement of the AUD incentive program. I'm not sure. And then possibly, depending upon what course the project took, there might be a requirement for some low-income affordable units.
Thank you, Chair Grumbine and Commissioner House. Yes, at this time, under the current AUD standards, the project is required to provide 10% of the units. Let's see, where is it? 10% of the units would be offered at moderate income under the current city's inclusionary housing requirements. So right now they're proposing 36, so they'd have to do, I think, either 3 or 4 units at 10%. Mm-hmm. If we do go forward with using state density bonus law, this will require a larger percent of the units be offered at a low income. So more units would have to be offered lower than just the moderate income levels. However, that would allow them also to get more deviation from parking and open yards, so that modifications wouldn't be required, because then they'd be allowed to have what's called concessions. So they wouldn't even need a modification if they do the lower income units. And then again, as I said at the beginning of the meeting, if the city updates their AUD ordinance to include high density and priority housing overlay on State Street, that might also eliminate the need for even the use of state density bonus. And they wouldn't need mods or to provide any lower income units. They would just have to provide 10%. That's my understanding of the affordability amount. So right now they're only required to provide 10% at medium.
And just as a point of clarification along this, so when does it lock into the law that they're applying under? And I know that a lot of these are planning commission questions, but there's probably going to be at least some tie to us in terms of what the aesthetics look like and mass, bulk, and scale, and how that affects it, and weighing in on it. So I know there's going to be some that's going to be within our purview, some that's not. But what point does that lock in to what their rules of the game are?
Chair Grumbine, thank you. If they proceed currently, they would have to go under today's 10%, but they could also apply for state density bonus. So I think you're asking the timing. If their application is once their application is deemed complete, then staff would start the environmental review process. And that's when the number of units would be required we'd have a covenant signed to the property that would require that those units be rented at that rate in perpetuity. So at this point, we don't know when that would lock in specifically.
Gotcha. Okay. And Ms. Ostringer, I'll jump to you, then Commissioner Uli, and then Commissioner House.
Chair Grumbine, Commissioners, I just wanted to let you know the AUD amendments that Ms. Broadison is speaking of with regards to the downtown and the height increase and the priority housing overlay density that would increase the allowed density will be going to council on, I want to say, well, I know it's mid-July. I don't have the date right off the top of my head. So obviously this project is in its very conceptual phase. So I'm sure once that ordinance is passed, the applicant will probably be reconsidering or rethinking how they want to get that density, whether they want to get it through state density bonus law or under our AUD. That's something that the applicant will have to consider at the time.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Uli?
I'd just like to make an observation that, this discussion could go on for quite some time if we get bogged down in planning commission issues when that's not our purview. It seems to me at this conceptual level, we should be talking about whether or not we think the aesthetics are appropriate for our community, size, bulk, and scale are appropriate for our community, because I believe that by the time this comes back to us in a real sense, it may have a slightly different configuration and we'll have a whole new conversation. So I'm not looking to spend the next 3 hours talking about planning commission stuff.
Oh, we can do it for 4 if you want. All right, Commissioner House, quickly, and then we'll, I agree with Commissioner earlier that we do need to move this along.
No, I just simply wanted to get some context so I understood, and there are clearly a lot of moving parts and it is yet to evolve and we don't know how it'll evolve. So my other question was, why are the 4 lots, 714 to 720 state, being merged if they're not part of the construction? What is the reason for that? Does it have something to do with the amount of units you can qualify for, or does it suggest that there are future plans for those parcels?
Good question. Those parcels are being combined to give us the lot area that we need to get a viable number of units for this to work. There's no plan to develop those four buildings.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions from other commissioners?
I have a question.
Commissioner Lendick?
Yeah, following up on that question of the 4 smaller lots. Are you suggesting, Mr. Moore, that those lots could never be developed in the future for more housing?
Well, based on the AUD ordinance and the updates that are coming, those 4 lots would be relatively restricted to what they could become in the future. I mean, 2 of them are on the potential list for merits of structure of merits.
Entrance list, yeah.
So those are probably not going to change. And they're right. So they're essentially going to be preserved as is, and they because of existing conditions and parking requirements, they would probably not be modified in the future.
All right. Any other questions, Commissioner Lendick? Okay. Any other questions from Other commissioners? Okay, in that case, let's roll into comments. All right, so does anyone want to kick us off with comments?
Yeah, I'm a sucker for comments.
All right, I figured as much. You're a sucker for questions too. Well, we'll keep it charging. Okay, so regarding it, let's actually get a little strategy here. Regarding comments, let's give our big picture mass bulk scale comments. I think those are going to be key to what we see this project being. Obviously, another big issue is the press room question. In my mind, I think we need to talk about whether we want a historic structures report for it, and how we want that analyzed, and then any other additional key big picture comments. I think maybe overall about the aesthetics and general elevations, we find them to be needing to be adjusted. But at this point, if we keep our comments sort of big blanket comments, I think that'll be the most helpful and effective. So, all right, Commissioner Lenvik, want to kick us off?
Yeah, thank you. I agree that the big picture comments are really appropriate. I, for one, feel we need more housing downtown. We certainly don't need second floor office space, second floor retail downtown, but we do need housing, and the upper stories are the appropriate place for it. My wife and I walked down State Street, the middle of State Street, this last weekend, and so you could really, see what is on both sides of the street and get a sense of what the architecture is. And we have an awful lot of buildings in that stretch of State Street that is currently closed. An awful lot of buildings that are 2 stories or more. And in some blocks, a great percentage of them are 2 stories or more. And there's a comfort and an urban feel that is really quite appropriate, in my opinion. And as we get down into this area where we are now, the 800 block, and below, we see smaller 1-story buildings, and there isn't the charm and beauty of a city in those smaller buildings that you have in the larger facades up State Street. So I feel very comfortable with the direction this project is going from the standpoint of what it's presenting to State Street and where it's placing its bulk to the back. I'm not sure that I've seen an awful lot of bars go away in Santa Barbara over the years. Paseo Nuevo went in, and what was that little bar in Paseo Nuevo there that every mayor and city council person went to after council meetings? There were Chinese restaurants. There were all kinds of pool halls, all kinds of things on State Street that were really just the essence of our community. But we change and we move on, and the press room may or may not be really important as a social place to gather and have a beer. I must admit, I've never been in the press room, but I think that we are going to have to realize that we're going to maybe lose some of those things that we really cherish. And for the greater good, and I think the greater good is housing. I'm not sure that having housing on the ground floor on Ortega Street meets the intent of our general plan and so on and so forth, urban design guidelines. I think that really probably needs to be a retail or commercial space on the ground floor. But I personally don't have a problem with the direction this project is heading. And I think we can fine tune it and so on and so forth, and it will be a great project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Mahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with those comments. And I think it would be okay for Nicole to do a brief historic research on the press rooms, so we have that information. I think that's important. It's not our prerogative to decide which businesses stay and which businesses go, but we do need to to have a strong feeling about whether it's architecturally significant or not. I think this project is I think it's a textbook of design that puts the mass of the buildings into the middle of the block or on the secondary street, and it keeps the State Street the part of the project that's on State Street a two-story, which I think is nice, because we have across the street, we have Macy's and we have the Balboa building. So we have two very large buildings already in this block across the street. And I think that's a smaller building is compatible with what's next door however, I do feel that the State Street elevation of this project, the restaurant, and I guess those are residences upstairs on the second floor. I don't think that the opening to the restaurant has human scale and is not appropriate to our guidelines for El Pueblo Viejo, and I think that needs to be restudied. I very much like the Paseo. I think that's a real addition to the project, and will be a wonderful thing to happen. And I like the way the buildings are broken up. And the variety of details, I think it's just absolutely going in the right direction. So I'm positive about this project, and I'm excited to see how it will come back to us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you. Commissioner Vena?
Well, I'm in agreement with the previous commissioner's comments. I also enjoy the Paseo, for which we're known, and it's not bad to create another one. It looks very intriguing and charming, and it could be very beautiful at a human scale with trees as it's proposed. I also think that it's interesting. And on the mass Balkan scale, I've seen others that are totally bulky and out of scale. This one seems to have an interstep and stepping along to the human scale, as I much prefer, and I think everyone else would. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. House?
Mr. Chair, as I started thinking about this building, I had all sorts of thoughts that I finally decided I need to write them all down. Otherwise, I will forget what I want to say. So I hope you don't mind if I read from my notes.
All right, go for it.
My first, what's that?
Go for it. Yeah.
Okay. My first impression when I saw these plans was shock, and the strong feeling that it was incompatible with the neighborhood and historic resources. And then finally I concluded that it's the elevations that were doing a disservice to this project, because having walked round and round the site, I found that the elevations grossly overstate the impression of sticking out, and that from State Street, little will be seen of it. And I confirm this for myself. I mean, that looming 4-story element behind the State Street facades, you won't even see. The biggest impact will be on Ortega, but most of the mass is in the center of the block, and the part on Ortega Street is adjacent to a tall, blocky building, formerly part of the News Press, now NS Ceramics. Any view of mountains that could be blocked by this building is already blocked by other buildings. I would have appreciated photos from La Placita and De La Guerra Plaza to complete the context. The only unfortunate impact this building has on views is the loss of the break between the News Press building and the back of the blenders in the Grass building, as experienced along the Placita. That elevation should be included in subsequent reviews. I have mixed feelings about the 20-foot setback to the building on State for the outdoor dining patio. One of the strengths of State Street is keeping the building line, even when opening to a paseo such as El Paseo or Paseo Nuevo. In a sense, it mirrors the entry into the Paseo by Macy's across the street, and it evokes the long-gone Presidio Cafe on Anacapa Street with its wonderful outdoor seating courtyard. So it really needs to be a very special space and designed very carefully. I'm very concerned about units 1 through 4 on the ground floor behind the restaurant and office. Besides being very small and having no privacy as they are on the Paseo, their patios in the rear are 10 feet deep, abutting the 35-foot high news press wall and with balconies of the 3 floors of apartments above looking down on them. Hardly a tranquil escape from the outside world. But also, unless the bedrooms in the 1-bedroom units are adjacent to the Paseo, the sleeping rooms have emergency egress into a space that does not lead to a public way and would not be allowed unless you are using type 3A or higher construction, and your cover page says it's 5B. Maybe you should consider commercial being a better use for this space, taking it all the way back to the property line to lessen the height of that shaft. And to that end, also units 5, 6, 7 are kind of similar. They all just front a parking lot, will have the unfortunate benefit of car headlights at night pulling into the parking lot and shining into those windows, and people walking by all the time. Maybe units 5, 6, and 7 is where the new press room should go. And, you know, just keep it all commercial and hospitality on the first floor. So, you know, I was asking about the affordability, and I know this is more of a planning commission concern, but if it does not have a significant affordable component, it's not inclusionary, and it not only is not only not bringing the diversity to downtown housing that is a primary objective, but it is also not addressing the issues underlying the nationwide protests of late. And I'm almost done. As mentioned, the outdoor seating and restaurant need to be very special. The building facade facing State Street needs to be brought down in scale. It should have the same scale of its openings and balconies as 718 State Street, 3 doors up. The Smith and Allied Architects drawings from the 20s that you include in your plans as inspiration have a more consistent scale across the length of the block. Also, the center wood column is not credible with all the masonry mass above. It should be the same plaster as the rest of the facade.
Told you no details. That's not, I told you mass, bulk, and scale.
Okay, all right. Well, that's scale. Yeah. So
no, it was on my list too.
Yeah, I can only guess why the roof over the second floor facade on State Street has a 1 3/4 and 12 pitch, and the adjacent sides are 2 1/2 and 12. They should at least be the same 4 and 12 as the rear buildings. From across the street, you get a view of the beautiful red tile roofscape on the nearby historic buildings, and they are steeper than 4 and 12. I don't think you'd get a view of anything more than the butts of the starter course of this very low pitch roof, even from the far end of the Paseo across the street in Paseo Nuevo. It would seem to be a simple fix to make the terrace for unit 31 larger and have a steeper roof. And it'll also be aided by lowering the scale of the restaurant opening and bringing down that residential floor. And my final comment would be on that little coffee bar building that is suggested on the plans. And I think when you showed your supplemental set of PDFs, that's what made it really evident to me that I think that's a really bad idea, because it's a real visual block. You're looking down that Paseo and there's this blocky thing blocking your view, and it makes you wonder, ooh, should I venture further past this? So that's, I'll wrap it up. Those are my comments.
Mr. Chair. Thank you. Commissioner Drury, as long as you're shorter than Commissioner House.
Oh my God, how can I top that? Well, I agree with most of the comments. I think that it's much less ambitious than first I thought when I saw the elevations. And I would also like to come down strongly in favor of a research project on the press room building. And I would like to see if there's any will on the part of the developer and the architect to incorporate the press room in the building, the elevation that fronts in the middle of Ortega Street. I'm not a habitué of the press room, but I understand what a local is, and I understand there's a very loyal and evidently quite sensitive and vociferous group of people who want to protect that particular bar. I say have at it, and hopefully we can save that. I think it's a historic building, and I'm always come down in favor of the small buildings in Santa Barbara. They're not the grand elevations, not the fancy scaled up buildings we see around town that are protected by structures of merit. But I like the idea of a neighborhood building, and that's one of them. And so I hope that is taken to heart, and we can maybe work something out. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner Drury. Any other comments? Okay, so I would just add and accentuate a few of these comments that have been said, which almost all of which I agree with. So I think, Commissioner Uli, why don't you jump in?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was struggling to get the camera button to do its job. First, under full disclosure, I am not a frequent user of the press room, but have in the past been there and can vouch for the strong sense of community that establishment has created, all driven by Raf and Carol. But that being said, I'm not quite sure the building itself has any historic value, regardless of when it was constructed. Any value that it potentially had is only in its facade, and that was significantly modified some years ago. So I'm not quite sure the building will come out of the test of value very strongly. Its value, I think, is a community center, for lack of a better phrase. I agree with a lot of the comments already offered and would just point out a couple. One, I think any space that opens along the Paseo should be some commercial visitor serving or some other use that serves the general population. Housing doesn't seem very practical to me on what could be a very busy, active Paseo. I couldn't imagine, unless I was a millennial with headphones on, living on a very busy Paseo. So just encourage that only commercial entities be on the ground floor, and that may provide an opportunity for a space where a place like the press room could relocate. Generally, I like the building. I think the detailing, the overall composition fits rather nicely into our guidelines, and many examples of the graphics that were talked about have a lot of these details. Agree that as you're walking along State Street, you're really not going to perceive the mass of the building that's basically in the middle of the block, which I think is an appropriate place to put that massing. You'll see it along Ortega Street as you turn the corner there, but it's not going to be as in your face as it looks in this two-dimensional drawing, which never really is reality when you're walking along the street. Generally, I'm supportive of the project, but realize that it has a long road to kind of sort through all of the planning issues that need to be delivered. And so I suppose as long as what we see coming back to us is echoing of what we see now, I would be supportive of the project, but also support the other comments from other commissioners. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments? Okay, so I want to just highlight a couple that I very strongly agreed with, and most of the others I agree with as well, but I want to highlight the few that I really strongly agree with that I think definitely need to be part of moving forward. So one was the last comment, one of the comments Commissioner Ulu was just saying in terms of, and if we can flip to Timmy, can we flip down to the first floor plan of this of all the site? Yeah.
PDF 14.
Okay, perfect. So I think that, yeah, first and foremost, I think that, and starting from where you've already done it, where the restaurant and office are, I think that commercial and just generally public zone is the ground floor. I get the argument, the old world argument used of streets off of main streets, but I think this is still too strong of the, right off of State Street is still too strong of a zone to switch so quickly to commercial to switch to residential at the ground floor. So I think that those ground floors want to be the public, and I think that that's a better solution by far, and especially on either end. So where you have 7, 6, and 5, and I would say into 1 and then 1 and 2 on the other side, you might be able to get away with a little bit at the very center of the block, but even those, it's still sort of a little bit of a negative for the city because you're taking a little bit away from that public zone. Obviously, it's still better than parking on. You've done a masterful job of keeping the parking as minimally impactful as possible. And there's nothing worse than walking along a parking lot. And you've done a great job of really designing that away from it so that the pedestrian experience is really not confronted very much at all with the parking. And so that's great. But I think that the next step would also be to give even more to the pedestrian experience, which is not to have residential on the ground floor, especially as this close to the heart of the city, which I think it wants to be. It should be more of a commercial / public. And then I would want to echo as well that I think a historic structures report, although this building might not make that hurdle, I think it is. It's definitely at least in the gray enough area that it should be evaluated in that way. And I think that's a very important next step for the press room to be looked at with at least with Nicole to do one of her couple-page reports and if need be a full report. But at least for now, I think we definitely need more information to be able to say that whether this for sure does not have rise to the level of even being on the potentials list or a structure of merit, or what is currently in the plan, but it hasn't passed ordinance yet of on our inventory, our sort of baseline. So that would be my comment for that. And then I guess the only other additional comment I would want to say, I agree with about the coffee shop bump out. I think that visual bump out is a little bit of a hindrance in terms of my eye really wants to see all the way down to the end of the Paseo. I get the jog around is nice in a certain way, but it also I think it might want to move in some manner. And then the last, let's see. Oh, the last main thing I wanted to say was this. I think you've done an exceptional job with this design. I think it really is. There are the minor tweaks that the commissioners have pointed out, other commissioners, which I agreed with almost all of them. And so, but I really, I want to commend you as well on a very well designed and thoughtful project, which is sensitive both to State Street and Ortega and fits a lot of needed housing downtown. So, so I'll now take a shot at summarizing the comments so far. Okay, so in general, commissioners agree that we do need more housing, and we see that as an important a component that this is bringing to the city. I was hearing at least a number of commissioners requesting a historic structures report or a report analyzing the news press building. Sorry, not news press building, the press room building, and And then we're in general very supportive of having this Paseo work through the block. I heard a number of commissioners, including myself, desire the ground floor units to be more commercial or public in use and not residential along the Paseo. The elements such as the roof pitches and the front facade of State Street, as well as other elements of articulation or articulated elements, will need further study should this go forward. But in general, we see we're very positive about the design, the current design, and where it's heading. So I think we should leave it at sort of big generalities because things might majorly shift, and this is just a conceptual review. So it's just a first level cursory pass at it. And then I think that's probably the best, or the key items, I should say. Is there any other key items that we should include in here that anyone feels? Okay. So, and is there any, and staff, is there any additional areas you want comment on, or specific, specific areas that you want us to weigh in on?
Chair Grumbine, this is Kelly Broadison. I would ask the commission's input on when the project comes back, if you would like to see story polls or 3D schematics or some sort of visual aid, so that when the applicant does return, we can direct them correctly.
Okay. So I think, and perhaps Pilar can help flesh this out, but I believe for story polls, we what is our typical, what is the language of our typical thing? I know we can require them for any project, but we have defaults for certain things.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I did send to the commission some information about story polls recently, specifically as they relate to AUD. This project would require story polls unless they are made exempt and there are findings that the commission would need to make. That's not something that we're necessarily considering today. It's not in the footer. You can always request, story polls be put up in advance. Typically what happens is if they are not made exempt by the HLC or ABR, depending on the design review body, is story polls are required to be put up before Planning Commission's review, as well as before HLC or ABR's review of project design approval. And like I said, if it is something that the applicant wants the HLC to consider whether or not story polls are necessary, we could look at that at the next concept review and schedule it so the HLC can actually have those findings in front of them and consider it. But yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. So, and anything else we need to be weighing in on? Or anything else anyone want to weigh in on and have that added in? Ms. Plummer and Ms. Hernandez?
I just wanted to clarify, do you want like a preliminary report from me? And if you need more research, a historic structures report, or do you want to require a structure report from a professional? Outside of me, not that I'm not professional, but I don't, I'll do, I'll do a brief history as much as I can find and outline it to our criteria. Bring that to you, and then if you think you need more, we can move more.
Okay, well, Okay, let's have a discussion about that as well. Commissioners have particular, Commissioner Uli, did you?
Just wanted to make two, first, let me answer that question. Nicole, I think your initial review of the press room should be sufficient to figure out if it's, going to need more research than that.
Okay.
Yeah, first.
Well, I can try and bring that to you, like even in a few hearings and not wait till it comes back so we can evaluate it and get ahead of it. So they don't have to.
I think that makes sense.
That can help in their redesign or consideration.
And then, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to make an observation about that Paseo, and that is that the residential areas in the Paseo are fenced and gated. So as it's proposed, you couldn't walk from State Street down that Paseo to Ortega without getting through a security gate. And I think that defeats the purpose of a Paseo. So that just reinforces the idea to make it commercial so it's open.
Gotcha. Good point. Okay, Ms. Plummer, and then Commissioner Vena after.
So Mr. Chair, I just wanted to say, I think you've covered most of the larger components that we're looking for at a conceptual level review, like the size, bulk, and scale and site planning issues. I would just echo there are other visual aid items that you could require, different types of massing models, aerial views, animation videos, things like that, that can assist in your review if you find it necessary.
Thank you. Yep, that's a good point. Commissioner Vena?
One last thought. There isn't any water shown anywhere within this development. I think in the center area where the coffee area seems to be located, and I know they like to have it some kind of commercial facility there, but it would be nice to incorporate some substantial fountain in the center area for the sound that it would give you, the passiveness and people circulating about. I think now that we're beyond the water issue, I think it might be appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we'll add that to the notes as well, to be adding a landscape water feature in the Paseo, within the Paseo area. And then I would say probably we should also, I would say this is a big project. Unless there's someone that wants to argue for not having story poles, I'm assuming that we're going to have story poles at least for that planning commission, and that'll be a good time for us to see them. But I think in the meantime, for the next review, I think video or animation, and one also with color and with video that sort of has both aerial flyovers and flyarounds, as well as street views walking along State Street, especially from the far side of the street, and as well on Ortega on the far side of the street, so that we can look at what the three-dimensional views of the model feel like walking along, would be a requirement for the next steps. So unless Commissioner Mahan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along those lines, it would be good to see some drawings of walking along the Paseo. I think it would be very important to see how that feels.
Okay. Yep.
Of the adjacent
perspective drawings walking along the Paseo. Okay, sounds good. Okay. Any other notes to be added? Okay. Well, I guess in that case, it sounds like we're getting to a point where someone be comfortable making a motion with those notes.
I would be happy to do that, sir.
All right, Commissioner Howe.
Motion for an indefinite continuance with those comments.
Second.
All right, motion by House, second by Uli. Under discussion. Any discussion?
The only thing I would add to the discussion about a drive around, walk around, fly around, animation would be to make sure to include the News Press Tower, because that's gives you relationship for context, and you can see it in just about any view.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Okay. All right. So with that, let's do a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Heidi Rydell. I will begin the roll call vote. Commissioner Mahan?
Yay.
Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Uli?
Yes.
Commissioner Drury?
Yes.
Commissioner Lenvik?
Yes.
Commissioner Vena?
Yes.
Vice Chair House?
Aye.
Chair Grumbine?
Sorry, aye, I was on mute. Yay, yay, aye.
Thank you. That is unanimous.
All right. Okay. Great. Thank you very much for your application. And with that, I think our last piece now is to reopen public comment for items that were not on this agenda, and for any last public comment. As we had said so that we would do so at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, it looks like Mr. Sweeney, I saw a hand up, and I'm gonna unmute you. Could you please confirm if you wish to speak on under this general items, not on the general public comment, not on the agenda?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I just wanted to share, after there was public comment about the issues of murals in the city. The having helped save one of those murals that now resides in the new airport terminal, I understand the importance of that effort. And a lot of other cities use a percent for art in their projects. I don't know necessarily that's true in Santa Barbara, but all of that is centered around the Arts Commission. So if murals and art are subject, the starting point, I believe, ought to be with the Arts Commission. And if the HLC feels that's an important component to be discussed, perhaps you could send a letter or communications to the County and City Arts Commission to pursue that activity, which is where I think it belongs, rather than starting at the HLC. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Then, Mr. Chair, I see only one other person, or I see Anna Marie Gott, who has, I think, let me unmute. Okay, you have, whenever you're ready.
Good evening, commissioners. So I do want to echo to some extent Mr. Sweeney's comments regarding the Art Commission, and really request that you again sit down and really consider, are you the right body when there is no ordinance and there is no way for you to determine if a mural actually complies with any ordinance because we have nothing written? And do you want proposals from numerous buildings popping up all over towns with murals on the side of them, where you will have to decide if a mural is appropriate or not? That's why we need guidelines. That's why we have design guidelines, because we need to understand if something is appropriate or not and how we can improve something. So I would really urge you to get together with the ABR and even the Single Family Design Board, if there is anyone that wants to, talk about murals in single family neighborhoods, to decide what that criteria is before you approve another mural. I also want to point out to you number one of your project compatibility criteria, which is that the project will comply with the city charter and the municipal code, and that it will be consistent with your design guidelines. Today, you saw a project that did not comply with its own city ordinances, and none of you received the project the pre-application team report or the letter from the applicant that would have informed you that the project did not comply with its own city ordinances, even if it was zoned at high density, which it is not zoned at high density because of the numerous reductions in parking and waivers that it is applying for without the documentation that was necessary to be reviewed by the Community Development Department and approved.
Mr. Chair,
So I'd
we're
urge you
at the
to
end of
ask
public
you-
comment. And
Okay.
we're not
I would
supposed to
just,
comment
I would
on
just
items
urge you
on
to ask
this
for those
agenda.
documents.
Yeah,
Okay, thank
just
you.
as a reminder to anyone else who's going to do public comment, we can't discuss items that were on this agenda. This is general public comment for items not on the agenda.
And Mr. Chair, that's everyone who's raised their hand. So I will hand it back to you.
Okay, great. All right, so with that, I think we're all done. Is that right? Nothing else, right? Please say we're done.